back everyone, welcome back to another weekly edition of the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, week number 62, your weekly dose or bi-weekly dose of Korean StarCraft. I'm of course your VIP. With me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome everyone, welcome to something a little bit different, a little bit different to what we're used to a replay cast. Of course, this event did take place 2 days ago. 2 days ago. How dare I cast games 2 days old? I do apologize at the time. Fun fact, I was actually ready. I was ready to cast. I had everything set up. It was like 2 hours. It was like 2 hours until the tournament went live, and I made the mistake of lying down. I was like, you know, maybe I can like nap for like 45 minutes or an hour. I set like 10 alarms. I slept through everything. By the time I woke up, it was already like 2 hours into the broadcast, 2 hours into the tournament, and by then, it's too late to join. So, yeah, as a result, we're going to be catching up via replays instead, merely 2 days later. I was very tempted to cast yesterday, very tempted to catch up yesterday instead, but we already had 2 tournaments yesterday, so wanted to try to keep things spread out a little bit more even here. 2 broadcasts today. Of course, last night, 12 hours ago, we were live with the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and tonight, in another 12 hours, we're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. So, oh boy, 12-hour breaks here, or I guess a cast every 12 hours, essentially, on the CranKy Ducklings. We got you covered. 2 casts a day. Let's go. So, we kick things off this morning with some Korean StarCraft League. Let us go. Oh boy, we're going to be jumping into the round 16, and we have a PvP between Nightmare and Zaun. I'm also tempted to maybe make this a regular thing, as what I'm referring to is just casting KSL via replays instead. Just because usually shout out to Chicken Man and Dave Testa for hosting the event and for organizing it, and they're usually really fast when it comes to producing replays as well from the event. So, and on top of that, we'll be able to cast more games, more matches, more StarCraft. So we'll see what happens. Regardless, let's jump on in. Here in the round 16, we have our PvP between Nightmare and Zaun. Of course, Zaun, our most recent Sparkling Tuna Cup champion, last night he did pop off in the Sparkling Tuna in our PTR tournament. I should also emphasize as well that this KSL is not on the PTR. It is on the current patch. It is going to be a regular setup instead. I did ask about it, and unfortunately, I did raise the question a little bit too late. I think I asked like the day before, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough time to set it up ahead of time and set up the challenge with the PTR. So, as a result, this the KSL of the week of 62 is going to be on the current patch, but potentially the next event is going to be on the PTR. Oh boy. For now, though, we are jumping in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from South Korea, the ex-military Protoss. It is Zaun. The Tuna himself, the Tuna. Beautiful. Let's go. As we are going to be opening on up. And of course, Zaun, he has been praised for his PvP as of late, over the past month since his return. Also, I have to get rid of the Tuna, Smooch. It is not last night. We'll get rid of the Tuna after this game. But Zaun has been praised for his PvP, so is Nightmare though. That's the thing, like, you could definitely make an argument that Nightmare has the best PvP in South Korea. Zaun, when it comes to his return and his favorite matchup, I would say that it is a PvP as well. It is his go-to. He has been defeating players like Hero, players like Classic, players like Trap as of late as well. When it comes to the top Protoss players in Korea, I believe they have all fallen at the hands of Zaun at least once. I still don't know how consistent Zaun is necessarily in his PvP, but I will say that it is his best matchup. Likewise, Nightmare, not too shabby either. Nightmare also known for his PvP prowess. I'm curious how they face off against each other here in Game 1 on Ghost River. Of course, a very small map. Shortest rushes in the map. Oh, one of the shortest rushes in the maps in the map pool. Second only to Post Youth. For now, 2-gate opener all around. No one is crazy enough to go for a gate expand. No wild max packs openers or anything like that. We're just going to be settling in. Settling into a standard setup. Pylons are being placed in the main. No proxy, no shenanigans, and both players are fully aware. Both players are aware. For now, it's going to be a Stalker Sentry opener out of Nightmare, sorry, out of Zaun. Likewise, Nightmare going for double Stalker as well. There we go. Everything looking as it should. Just a bit of a more greedy opener here from Zaun. It does mean that Nightmare can be more assertive and more aggressive. We have seen him embrace double Stalker openers very often in PvP. Does very often do it, especially against some of the European Protoss players, referring to Christiana and Geralt, especially in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Fun fact, Nightmare was attempting to compete last night in Sparkling Tuna Cup, but was unable to, as he had a hard time at downloading the PTR and getting it sorted. So there was some technical issues because of that. We never saw Nightmare, and potentially if he was able to compete last night, we actually could have seen a Zaun versus Nightmare. That definitely could have been a potential finals, but last never really came into being. So now we see them face up here tonight, or this morning, I should say. Also, a shout out to C Grail in chat. Papi God, thank you so much for you subscribing for 21 months. Oh, that's a lot of months, Papi. That's a lot of months. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy the casting. Thanks for all the you're welcome, Papi. You're welcome. We do what we can. As the first full Stalkers are moving out, remember there was a Stalker heavy start for Nightmare. His goal here is to break the natural. We have 3 sentries to defend, a shield battery as well. No overcharge yet, but in a couple of seconds it will be ready. Until then, shield battery takes a lot of hits. Likewise, Zaun holding his own. Bearing in mind with the new sentry or the new old sentry, they are more robust here against these protospace units, against these shield-based units. Shield battery goes down, but now we have an extra warp in, and Zaun will defend. And he doesn't lose too much. He loses 1 shield battery. Not much at all. Does preserve all of his sentries. Speaking of, Nightmare does reinforce. And wants to try to break the defenses here at the natural. Oh, nice catch by Zaun. Yeah, 1 Stalker falls. Very nice catch. Does escape with all of his units. That was a rough trade for Nightmare. Again, he's going to have to back off behind this, saturating his natural. Ooh, both players working towards Blink, but Zaun going for a slightly faster Dark Shrine. And now I'm concerned. Now I am concerned here for Nightmare. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen Max Pax die to this. We've seen Hero die to this. But if the Protoss player does not have detection, does not have a Robo, or a Stargate, or a Forge, the game could just end. I mean, it's been an intense start, but this might just end the game. As the Depths are going to be threatening a shade towards the natural. Zaun, he will deny the scouts. Does wall off. Nightmare's in the dark. Is in the dark for the time being. Nightmare, he's going for his 3rd Nexus before the Robo. Very greedy play here by Nightmare. I mean, what are the chances their opponent has some DTs, has a Dark Shrine? There's a proxy across the map, so Zaun, he can warp in right towards that 3rd. There is now a Robo on the way. Now, there is still a chance for Zaun to actually snipe the Robo, or even just ignore it, just go for the mineral lines and just get critical damage. Here comes the first DT. First Dark Templar's on the way. And what do we go for? Do we go for the pylon powering the Robo, or just straight up probe kills? What's it going to be? The DT does waddle in. Robo's halfway done. I'm pretty sure if he goes for the Robo or the pylon, the game could just end. But there's only 1 Dark Templar. There we go. Second one's waddling in, and he's going for the mineral line. Probes are going down. Nightmare, he races back home. The initial observer is going to now begin. The observer will pop out, but by the time it does, how many probes? How many probe kills so far? 5. Not too many, but so much less mining time. There's no mining at the natural, no mining in the main. 6 probes falling. The observer does arrive. Whew. Nightmare will clean this up, but he's been stuck on a 1-base economy. He's been forced back home as well, which means Zaun now gains map control, takes his own 3rd base, and he pushes. Is pushing out. Now, thankfully, the game didn't just end. It could have, 100%. Could have just ended then and there. But Nightmare does take a worker deficit. Let's run back around to his 3rd base. Is ready to defend. Has a shield battery, has an overcharge. He should be okay here at his 3rd. But again, Zaun doesn't have to end the game. He's backing off. He's taking. We have charge on the way. Fortress +1. Immortal production on the way as well. Zaun is taking up and getting ahead. And getting further ahead. Right now, the pressure is on Nightmare to somehow get into a mineral line himself, whether it's with the Depths, whether it's with the Blink Stalkers. The pressure is on Nightmare. Likewise, Hallucination attempts to scout the main. Won't quite be able to. Making sure there's no like counter DT play, for example. Or like a rush into disruptors. We can see that Nightmare is committing to purely Blink Stalker. It's going to be pure Blink Stalkers. No Archons, no Charge Lots, no Disruptors yet. And the composition, the quality of the army for Zan is just going to be getting better and better. Now, technically, Nightmare could try to outposition if he doesn't get scouted. He could try and go for a backstab or try to flank the army. He's not moving out. The Observer gets spotted. Oof. Aye. Nightmare rotating around. Coming in from the south. You know, Nightmare, he's just trying to rush straight into Disruptors. It makes sense. He's skipping Charge Lots, he's skipping Archons, skipping Immortals, working towards Disruptor tech. But before he gets there, Zan pushes in. Zealots are coming to reinforce, the army is spotted, Nightmare turns back around. And Zan can get right on top of that shield battery. Nice force field, even with the overcharge, it's not going to come into play. Nightmare getting forced back. Decent kiting. Oh. And decent kiting with their reinforcements on the way. There's that overcharge. Shield battery gets targeted down instantly. And Sound is breaking through. Zealots, they were stuck in the back line for a moment there. The Archon is going to be targeted down as well. The boys are being pulled. I mean, they have to be. Nightmare, he does hold. Not bad. Does hold on. They did have the greater concave. And the first Disruptor's on the way. Whew. Okay. We're still in this. First Disruptor is popping out. And Nightmare can now take a fourth. Zounds already finishing up. But at least Nightmare survived. So he is still in this. And again, his whole purpose here was to try to rush into those Disruptors. And he's gotten there. He's there. Just the one for now, but can build up over time. Sound likewise being active. We'll get rid of the tuna. Oh, the Prism! Prism goes down. Not bad. Nice pick up by Nightmare. Does snipe the Prism. Getting caught himself out. Has to calm down. His own charge finishing up. Disruptor behind this. Second Disruptor has arrived. So my apologies. I assumed that Zan would be taking an upgrade lead, but that is not the case. +1 already done for Nightmare. +2 on the way. Zan, he has spotted the Disruptors. DT's waddling in once again. This time there are cannons in position. Nightmare keeping up. Sniping some Stalkers. Not bad. Disruptors behind this. Up! First Nova won't connect. Now will the second. Massive snipes here from Zan. But does he have enough Stalkers? It's going to be close. The single Immortal is going to be targeted as well. It looks like Nightmare, he will take the fight. Barely takes out the Stalkers, the Immortal, and will come out on top here. Again, still has that upgrade lead. Still has +1. Yeah, Zan's being forced back. He does have his own reinforcements coming in, though. He's going to be able to barely hold on, but the Stalker count is still in favor of Nightmare. Zan has to back off. Behind this attempts to harass, but doesn't really have anything in the War Prism. Nightmare shuts down the proxy, getting into +2. Zan desperately going for some Zealot counterattack, and I mean, there's potential here, but the big advantage, or the tech advantage that Zan once had, isn't really there anymore. He lost all of his Immortals, he lost all of his Archons, he never rebuilt them. Likewise, Nightmare just sticking with a gateway-based army. The Zealot harass was dealt with. And Nightmare now finally, for the first time in a long time, takes a supply lead. A lot of the Stalkers are tied up back at home. But regardless, he hits the 4th. Zaun out of position. Yeah, did not spot the rotation. Forced the recall. Will manage to save the base though. Does recall in time. Picks up an observer. Does also get a handful of probes. Nightmare, he did neglect his disruptor production, so that is going to be hurting him a little bit. Just now remaking his first disruptor. Meanwhile, +3 is on the way. Nightmare still maintaining that upgrade lead. Setting up his own run by. Zealots are scattered. But what about the Stalkers? Remember, recall's on cooldown. And he wants that expansion. Going for the pylon. Gets a couple of probes. Recalls himself. And again, he's just keeping Zaun busy while he's rebuilding his disruptors. Now back up to 2. 2 disruptors, taking extra gases. Still very tense here between our players. The Nightmare still has that Stalker lead. And the upgrades. Now you can take the better fight. Is pushing into a CranKy, but despite that, it doesn't even matter. Still has an overwhelming Stalker army. The Zealots are stuck in the back line. Now they're breaking in. Now they're breaking in. I'll be pick up the Novas. Crazy army. No major connections yet. The Prism is still stuck between the main and the 4th. Second Robo's on the way for double disruptor production. And the longer this goes on, the better Nightmare's army is becoming. Up to 3, soon to be, what, 4, 5, 6 disruptors. He's not stopping. And Zaun has no answer. He never teched into Phoenixes, for example, his own disruptors, into Skytoss. Never did tech up. And Novas, they do turn away. Nice target firing here out of Zaun. Novas don't connect. Behind this is the overcharge. Nightmare still has just a massive army supply lead. And Zaun, he just cannot break this. Not anymore. He had a lot of momentum earlier in the game, and again, he almost won the game straight up with those DTs. Nightmare, he survived. He persisted. He's moving out. We have been lacking those juicy connections with the Purification Novas, but I mean, they've been doing their job. They've been just soaking damage, distracting the main army. Oh no! Oh my god. Zaun does avoid the Novas, but still just a rough fight to take. As he does catch them, but GG gets called. Nightmare overwhelms the Nightmare, takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Nightmare does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense game 1, and Zaun had some big opportunities as well. He did have an advantage for quite some time, but did end up losing it. He wasn't quite able to break his opponent despite sniping all the disruptors, despite the initial DT harass as well. Wasn't quite able to close it out, and Nightmare takes game 1. Does take game number 1, and now we're looking to jump into game 2 on Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. So we're jumping into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his new team, Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player, also from South Korea. It is Zaun. Down in this series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. Again, it was still a very intense game one, but I can't imagine rushing into DTs is going to work again here in this series. Usually it's just a really good thing to mix in a best of 3 and a best of 5, try to catch your opponent off guard. Now I'm sure Nightmare is going to be on notice and a little bit more attentive when it comes to scouting and checking for something like a Dark Shrine. Okay, I forgot to get rid of the tuna. God damn it. After this game, I'll do my best. But last night, of course, we were casting Sparkling Tunica. This morning, different tournament. I'll get around to it. As the probe does dip in for a scout. Once again, 2-gate opener. Once again, there's no proxy, there's no worker out on the map to set up any kind of shenanigans for a 1-base all-in. Not yet, at least. Oh. So we have our 2-gate setup, likewise 2-gate setup from Nightmare as well. You can see Nightmare scouting for that second pylon. He does spot it, placed here at the gas geyser. Likewise, Nightmare doing the same back across the map. I believe Zaun, yeah, he skipped the probe scout. Bold move. Bold move here. So technically, getting into this opener, Zaun will have the slightly better economy because, I mean, he doesn't send a worker out to scout, but he's playing blind. He's playing in the dark. For all Zaun knows, there could be a proxy, there could be a pylon, there could be a 1-base all-in coming his way. Zaun doesn't know. So it is a bit of a risky maneuver here by Zaun. Likewise, Nightmare confirms the location of the third pylon. And back at home just expands. So it goes for a double sentry opener, it goes for a faster nexus, faster expansion. He even delayed the first 2 units as well. So there's a bit of a give and take here. Nightmare cutting corners, Zaun playing blind, Stalker sentry, standard opener out of Zaun, not too aggressive, following it up with additional sentries, which means Nightmare will have the slight economic lead here at the start of the game. Once he gets into his natural phase, I should say. So both players are building up. With the arrival of these sentries, Hallucination is going to be sent out as well to scout to confirm any further tech, whether it's a Twilight Council, a Robo, or a Stargate. Hallucination will confirm. Does head over. Likewise, Hallucination scouts the main. Both players opening up Twilight Council. Zaun with the slightly faster blink, but Nightmare not too far behind. Only behind by like what, a couple of seconds. Nothing too major. Both players headed in the same direction. Zaun does set up a proxy location. Now this could just be to reinforce and to send out adepts across the map. We'll see if Zaun throws down a 3rd gateway back at home and a 4th gateway across the map. That would be the tell. Meanwhile, Nightmare expands, takes a faster 3rd, now going for a more delayed Robo. Very similar to the previous game. Meanwhile, Hallucination does survive, does get into the main base, does confirm there's no 3rd. But again, there is no gateway explosion yet. Robo gets placed, proxy across the map. Zaun is committing. He has not been skipping warp ins, he's moving out with a massive army. With a comparable army here to Nightmare. It's going to come down to the force fields. Blink is not done. And Nightmare's in position. Zaun setting up for a later 3rd. Did invest into the extra gateway though. And is setting up for some adept harass. Remember, 2 adepts, 1-shot probes. And they're looking to get into the mineral line, into the natural. So really this main army for Zaun is just distracting. Just trying to keep Nightmare's attention at the 3rd. While he sneaks into the natural base. There's the shade. Last Nightmare, he's on notice. Is in position. Zound has not expanded. Oh. I just assumed that he would take a third, but no, he's throwing down 2 more gates. Oh my god. It's a 5-gate 2-base all-in. 5-gate 2-base all-in here by Zound. He's going to have a lot of gateways here. Is pushing forward. Oh. Doesn't quite get the sentry. Not yet. But he wants it. Going for an extra wave of warp-ins. Pushing forward. Oof. Picks up a Stalker. Nightmare is in trouble. He's got the robot, but no Immortal in production. Yeah, Nightmare has the Stalker deficit. He needs something like an Immortal as an anchor point. Throws out the force fields, but Zound is going to be overwhelming. There's the overcharge. Zound respects it. Has to back off. Extra warp-ins on the way. Nightmare, he's taking to charge, throwing down extra gateways. Nightmare needs more time. And Zound, can he break through? And he still has a massive Stalker army. And remember, overcharge on cooldown. And Zound, he's doing it. He is breaking the third. Blinks on forward, chases down the Stalkers as well. The slow warp-ins, they're too slow. Boys are being pulled, they have to be. And this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. I mean, Zound eventually throws down the third base, but that was more of an afterthought. As he just has a massive army. There's 4 Stalkers left. There is that Prism. Nice juggling here at a Nightmare, but it's a numbers game at this point. Zound just keeps reinforcing. Picks up the Zealot. Charge isn't done. And Nightmare just being a little bit too greedy. Cutting a couple too many corners here. And did not respect the aggression of Zound. And with that, Zound, he has broken the natural. He ignores the third. He doesn't care. He wants to go for the kill instead. And he will. He gets 16 probe kills. The final Stalker. GG gets called. And Zound ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. GG. And before we dive into the ace match, I have to get rid of the tuna. Hold on. Un momento. There we go. We'll miss you. We're getting into the ace match. Ace match is going to be on Alcyon. And again, winding it back a little bit in that final game, or in that last game, we saw that Zound, he was just hyper committed. He threw down the proxy, threw down 2 more gateways. He was on a 5-gate setup on 2 bases. He was not skipping warp-ins. And eventually he did overwhelm Nightmare. Nightmare also made the choice not just to take the fast third, but also to delay any, or to skip any Immortal production. He went for charge instead, threw down extra gateways, instead of focusing on just building up an army then and there. He just, I guess, wasn't expecting, or I should say, he was not expecting aggression that fast, that quickly, that heavily at the third. He was hoping to get away with a little bit more there. Was unable to, and we'll see if he can bounce back. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Alcyon, and we have the red Protoss player representing Streamer Zone being forced into the ace match. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, also from South Korea, recently returning from the military. It is Zound. Here we go. Another factor that comes into play, I don't know if you noticed, but it's quite common in PvP to just leave your probe at the third location to make it look like you're expanding. Hallucination Scout did spot the worker, didn't spot an expansion, but again, like, it's one of those things where it looks like there might be a base when really there was none. Also, hello Nightmare. Oh, interesting. Nightmare, he does move out. He does open up the right-hand side of the map here, making it look like he's going to be proxying on the other side, when really, he's setting up in the center. 2-gate opener back at home. Does he throw down the pylon? Does he commit? Or is it merely a fake out? I mean, this is a prime location for a proxy robo. Not gonna lie. So I'm feeling proxy robo here by Nightmare. Probe comes in, does confirm. He's like, hold up, where's the pylon? Where is the second pylon? Zound should be checking further back. There we go. He does check further back in the main, confirms there is no pylon, and ideally, when Zound checks and when Zound finds this, he's kind of lured into the right-hand side, and he's kind of lured into a false, or kind of lured in, kind of deceived here into thinking that it's like a proxy Stargate or a proxy Twilight Council. That's the hope, at least. As he is checking. Checks the initial mineral wall. And Zhao, does he check the center wall as well? But now moving out with the second probe. And he will check. Still looking. Meanwhile, it is proxy Robo. And he actually doesn't confirm the wall. He doesn't check the wall. Uh-oh. Doesn't quite check the wall, so the plan for... he gets found. He does get found out. The Stalkers have arrived. Second pilot on the way. The Immortal's in production. Nightmare needs a little bit more time. First probe does fall. And it looks like the Immortal should be able to pop out. With the help of 2 pylons, it should stay powered. The mind games didn't come into play. Feels bad, man. Not quite. As Xana's reinforcements are arriving that much faster, he did open up Stargate, going for the Phoenix. Now that he knows that there is a proxy, that it isn't all in, but the Phoenix, they can just completely shut down the Immortal and zone away the War Prism as well. I'm concerned. I'm sure Naima was hoping for a more economic opener. More Stalkers on the way. Immortal has arrived. Going for the War Prism. And we'll see if Nightmare can pull this off. Maybe he can protect the Immortal from the Phoenixes. It does get lifted. It's going to get lifted. It gets targeted down. The Immortal falls, and everything else as well. And Nightmare has to get the hell out of here. The Prism. Not like this. Going to be hunted down. Drops a couple of Stalkers, a slow orbit of sentries. And there's a couple more shots, and it will fall. Onomase does go down. And now Nightmare is stuck on the other side of the wall. Not like this. He can't help. No. Breaks down the rocks. Robo gets powered just in time as well. The Immortal does not spawn in. And Zhani shutting this down. Nightmare, he's applied lock. He just lost 2 pylons. The Immortal does not come into play. And Zhao can just keep pushing. And again, Nightmare, he's stuck on the wrong side of the wall. He's going to have to recall. Or just break down these rocks. If he recalls, he can't overcharge. Oh, God. Oh, God. What can he do? Meanwhile, Zhao, he could just commit to his own counter all in, but no, never mind. He's expanding. He's expanding back at home. Zhao pushing in. Getting on top of the first gateway. Doesn't quite catch it. Nightmare at least preserve this army. Has to be so careful with it. Speaking of, runs into reinforcements. Oh, force field does lock down 2 Stalkers. There's the recall. Does at least save the rest. And now Nightmare will expand as well. And we're attempting to head into a longer game state. Nice force field. Nightmare catching another Stalker. Oh, and another. Not bad. And the Phoenix. Very nice pickups. Nightmare sniping 2 Stalkers, a Phoenix, both players expanding. Zhao will have the slightly faster natural base, but Nightmare will have the slightly faster Blink. Blink is on the way. Whew. Okay, so we're calming things down. Very intense start to the game. Oh my god. No! The reaction! Oh my god. And I was about to say we're going to recover and head into the mid-game, but a brutal stasis trap in the main. Does catch most of the workers. Will slow Nightmare down. Zhao, he's chilling. Saturating is natural, still maintaining a lead. Now, I would not say that the lead is insurmountable. Like, Nightmare can definitely recover. He can pop in with some adepts. Some Blink Stalker harass. Another stasis into the main. This time, Nightmare does respond. But I will say that Nightmare is behind, and it's on him to bounce back. Still got a 7 probe deficit. Working towards his own robo. At least the game will continue. I'm curious where Zan takes us as well. I would assume that he would just take a third. Just take a third base, you know, get further ahead, tech up as well. We'll go Forge on the way for upgrades. There's no need for Zan to really take too many risks. Does check the main. He confirms the Forge timing. He's aware, of course, that he's going to be behind in upgrades. And speaking of the pressure being on Nightmare to bounce back, Dark Shrine. It makes sense. Dark Shrine is on the way. Way behind. Dark Shrine. Zaun did skip his Robo, but he's got the Oracle. Right, that's the problem here. He does have the Stargate, does have the Oracle, does have some form of detection. Despite that, there's still potential for the DTs. Main army moves out. Zaun expanding behind this. We go for Pylon. Oh god, he might just break the natural here and now. Nice force fields. I'm buying some time. Shield battery is almost done. Zaun does have a 5-stalker lead. With a disadvantage, Nightmare he's holding on. But again, Zaun, he doesn't have to break the natural. All he's doing is denying the third. He's just denying the third base, getting further ahead, his own third just now finishing. Taking up into charge, into +1. I mean, I'm getting similar vibes to game 1, if you recall, where Zaun was able to get ahead tech-wise. Didn't maintain that lead, but I'll say similar setup. Dark Templar waddling in. Ah, but there's a cannon in position. Ay, ay, ay. And first CT goes down. Oracle gets recalled. Second DT does waddle into the third. Not bad. Getting a couple of probes. Likewise, War Prism into the main. I love the whole position micro Dark Templar. Just chilling in between the bases. Oh no, he sees it. Gets a revelation. That second Dark Templar goes down. I guess some extra probes here at the third. Zaun not aware there was another DT, but it's cleaned up. That was what, 3 Dark Templar for a handful of workers. Not worth it there. But at least Nightmare forces Zaun back home, and he's able to finally expand. But he needs more than that. Similar to that game 1 as well, I feel like this is kind of going to be his moment to try to rush into a bay, into disruptors. That would make the most sense. Working towards disruptors and just being defensive instead. Hoping to fight with the help of shield batteries and overcharge. And we'll see. Oh, going for a blink on the Dark Shrine. That I was not expecting. Okay. Okay. You have my attention. Shadow Stride on the way. Behind is taking his 4th. Hallucination does confirm. Zaun tempted to move out. For now, we are just going to calm things down. We do have a bit of a lull period here, at least until we build up more Archons. Speaking of, Temple morphing in, more Archons on the way. We have a Gateway Explosion, and here comes that War Prism. Zan is soon going to push out. And he still has a pretty comfortable lead here. Nightmare, he can't necessarily engage head-on. Has to take it slow. More cannons on the way, more shield batteries. Again, Nightmare, he has to fight with the Defender's Revenge with all this stack defense. That's the only way he can win a fight. With the help of all these cannons and shield batteries, he should be setting up here as well. We'll see if he can hold on. Zan is pushing. Nightmare does spot it. Does rotate. Cannon's just now finishing up. Shadow Stride is done. DT's coming in for a backstab. Going for the fourth. They can get on top of the cannon. They can, and they will. Cannon goes down. Mineral line as well. Zan, he turns back around. Oh my god. He recalls. Oh wait, he even recalls. Okay, not bad. Does force a recall. Nightmare has to calm down though. Like, Nightmare, he's still down 20 army supply. He can't fight head on. So far, so good. DTs are still out there. But Nightmare, he misses the army. He misses the rotation. And he's not in position. Yeah, Nightmare out of position. Cannon's going to be going down. Shield batteries as well. And Zan, he wants to fight. Dives on in, blinks forward. Archons are left in the back line. But now there's only one shield battery in position. Cannon's depowered as well. Yeah, Nightmare, he can't push into this. He's gonna try to. Again, if he spotted the army, then he could have taken a better fight here, but the third base is gonna go down. From here, Zan can back up. At the same time, DTs, they did hit the third, but we had plenty of reinforcements back at home. Zan defends. Defends, now he can reinforce. He can break out. And the reinforcements, they're coming. Zan maintaining the upgraded lead as well, plus 3 about to finish up. Just a massive upgrade advantage. And now here come the reinforcements. Stalkers from the flank. Zealots, they come in as well. They can dive them forward. Not the worst engagement, but it's just a numbers game at this point. And Zan, he breaks on through. It was a valiant effort here by Nightmare to try to recover, especially with those blink DTs, but GG gets called, and Zan will take the series 2-1. GG. Will take the series. A very intense, very chaotic back and forth here between both Zan and Nightmare. Again, it was a rough start in Game 2 for Nightmare to embrace something like a proxy robo and for it to be shut down so hard. Likewise, here in Game 3, did have a bit of a, that was even here in Game 3, my apologies, going for the proxy robo was shut down, so it was just a really rough start for Nightmare and wasn't quite able to recover after that. GG. GG, well played. Likewise, Game 2, it was Nightmare being too greedy. If you remember, he was cutting corners, he was rushing to a third, and Zan basically went for a 2-base all-in. It was just a 2-base all-in out of Zan. He was able to catch Nightmare with his pants down in that second game as well. GG. GG, well played. Zan will advance on into the quarterfinals, where he has his next opponent, where he has another PvP waiting for him. Oh boy. He has another Protoss vs. Protoss. Up next is going to be Hero versus Zan. And I believe this is a rematch. The last time these two faced off was, I want to say, in the previous KSL, and Zan did take it then and there. Again, we spoke earlier about how Zan's best matchup is clearly PvP. It is the matchup that has changed the least over the years since, you know, he did leave from the military, so it does make sense. That's usually the case when it comes to these returning military players. Usually the mirror matchup is the matchup that they do thrive in the most early on, and it's the other matchups that they do have to work upon, try to catch up on instead. And we'll see if Zan can pull off another upset, do it again, or if Hero can redeem himself. If he can redeem himself and he can recover. Game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Protoss player. Back from the military, just took down Nightmare 2-1. It is Zaun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. We go. The PvPs do continue. We're used to it, Papa. We're used to it. Ay. Once again, this week there is no Shin, there is no Solar. We'll be able to get into some Dark matches later, don't you worry. At least Dark is here in this KSL, but no Shin, no Solar. But we had some good news last night. Fun fact, as I was going to bed, was announced less than 24 hours ago that Solar did join a new team. He has joined the ranks of Bunny and Rogue, and he has joined Falcon Esports. Is joined at Falcon Esports, so happy to see that Solar has found a nice place to call home. Against Solar, it was what, almost 2 months ago at this point, where he did leave Team Vitality. So we were concerned about, about where Solar will be able to find a team and find support, but at least he has found one. It's nice to see. Which I believe does mean the Team Falcons have a trio, which means if we do get another season of WTL, they could actually compete in it. True. They could compete in WTL. It's something to bear in mind. For now, though, we're settling in. Settling into our first series. Is just a 2-gate opener. Oh. A max packs? My apologies. 2-gate opener out of Zaun. Meanwhile, Hero opening up Gate Cyber Expand. Double gas opener should be for a Stargate before Nexus, but... yeah, speaking of Stargate before Nexus, there it is. Stargate is placed, and Hero, he is going for the max packs. Bold move. Bold move by Hero, going for a very greedy opener. Very unorthodox. And we'll see how Zaun responds. Ooh, going for his own Stargate. Okay, interesting. Now, we're in a really interesting game state. One, Zaun knows. Zaun, he scouted the Stargate, which means he could just open up Phoenix, right? Zaun, he could just go straight Phoenix and try to gain air control early on and try to overwhelm Hero. Hero, on the flip side, doesn't know what's happening. He has not scouted the main, he has not seen the tech, he doesn't know what Zaun is up to, so the likelihood of Hero opening up Oracle and Zaun opening up Phoenix is quite high. Speaking of, there it is, Oracle's on the way. Bit of supply block here for Hero. Pylon just now finishing up. He's getting to his natural, and there it is! There's the Phoenix. So just a really good setup here by Zaun. Looking to hard counter Hero. Is this signing perhaps a hint that new league might be on the horizon? I don't know if we can read that much into it. I know that Team Falcons, or Falcon Esports, I'm not too sure which one it is, but I know they have, they do, of course, intend on competing in the next season of EWC. I don't know if that says too much about WTL, but maybe. Meanwhile, the Oracle does dive in, catches the first Stalker, not too bad. But the Oracle is going to go down. Phoenix is revealed, and Zaun is not expanded. Zaun is going for one base all in. He's setting up a proxy gateway across the map. It's all or nothing, picks off the Stalker. And Hero, he's being punished for being a little bit too aggressive. Ooh, I say that. Does get a Stalker. Not the worst trade. But Hero behind this, he needs a Void Ray. Again, he has to make use of the Stargate. There we go, first Void Ray has arrived. And can Hero survive? That episode shades to the main. Second Void Rays in production. Okay, we need all the Void Rays, back up shield batteries. On top of that, Hero, he has to fight with the shield battery as well. Being dragged out into the open. Zaun coming in from behind. And Hero, what are we doing out here? No! Oh, he can't take this fight. Not like this. Void Ray goes down. Stalkers as well. Hero just being overconfident. And is being punished for it. Yeah, he is being punished. Shield battery goes down. Void Rays as well. Boys are being pulled. And Down will overwhelm. Again, Hero is not quite Max Max. Max Max, he is so quick and so willing to just turtle. Hero, like every fiber in his being tells him to attack, right? Like, Hero, he wants to be aggressive, he wants to be assertive, he gets punished for it, he was caught out in the open. Shield batteries are finishing, but there's nothing to support, nothing for them to support. I mean, the shield batteries, they will help Hero hold on to that natural, but that's still 8 probes going down. Reinforcements have arrived. Down will break this natural in with the overcharge. There's no shot. No way. Oh, does keep the pylon alive a little bit longer. Barely. Jeez, the overcharge putting in a lot of work there. But it's still just too much to overcome. Extra boys being pulled as well. Down to 2 stalkers. And soon to be down to 1. And then down to 0. As Hero, he pulls the boys from the main. He doesn't want to tap out. Not like this. The copium is real. Oh no. I mean, to be fair, Hero still has a comparable worker count to his opponent. Like, what's crazy here is that Zaun's only on 22 probes. So if Hero were able to like hold on here, economically he'd be okay, but he just doesn't have an army. It's a problem. Just there is no army. He's down to another 2 stalkers. There's a second overcharge. The defense has been lasting that long. GG gets called, and Zaun will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Hero going for a very greedy opener. And again, when it comes to his response, everything made sense, right? He was going into his Void Rays, he was building up additional shield batteries. But again, Hero, he is just such an aggressive player and such an assertive player as well. He always wants to fight. He has some of the best control in the world as well. But alas, that was not the time to be active on the map. He needed to be more defensive, more secure. He needed to turtle up and just be safer. He was not. He was anything but. He was caught with his pants down. GG. Zaun takes game 1. Does take a lead, and we'll see if Hero can bounce back here in game number 2 as we're going to be loading into Golden Aura. Oh boy. Golden Aura is up next, a very large map in the map pool, and if Hero did want to go for a gate expand, this would be a better map for it, arguably, but at the same time, we'll see. we'll see what opener he goes for. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss, leading the series 1-0. Unamas, 1 more is all he needs to claim the series. It is Zaun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. Who has a better win rate in PvP, Zaun or Hero? I don't know if we can definitively say one or the other at the moment, just because Zaun hasn't played enough. I've said it before, but Zaun, his best matchup is PvP, 100%, but I don't think that really had anything to do with that last game. Like, again, game 1, it did feel just like overconfidence from Hero. As we tried to point out at the time, Hero, he did have the tools to defend, but he fought outside of range of his shield batteries, right? He was just a little bit too assertive, a little bit too active, a little bit too overconfident, which does kind of line up with Hero's personality at times as well. And one was punished for it. Was punished, and now we have 2 gate. Yep, 2 gate opener out of Hero, 2 gate opener out of Zaun. Hero not taking it seriously. He's like, okay. I won't go for a gate expand. I won't be hyper greedy. We're calming things down. We're playing standard. We are going to be playing standard here. But as I mentioned before, I'm pretty sure Zaun has defeated Hero. I think it was like 1 or 2 weeks ago. Did already occur. Likewise, Hero defeated Max Pax not too long ago either. So, like, again, they all go back and forth. It's the dynamic that is PvP. as it is going to be a 2-gate opener. Meanwhile, Zaun opening up with a Stalker and a Sentry, so a much more economic opener out of Zaun, something more aggressive at a Hero. We saw this earlier from Nightmare as well. Hero, behind this, he can go for a 3rd and 4th Stalker and try to be as assertive as possible. The downside is the rush distance by ground is quite long on Golden Aura, so if he did want to reinforce, it will take that much longer and not as ideal. We'll see what he goes for. Yep, he's committing 3rd and 4th Stalker. Okay, so Hero, he's upset. he's being hyper aggressive here. His goal is to ideally try to catch out the first handful of units and to overwhelm. But now he's being pinned back by the pylon. Extra Stalkers on the way. Zaun opening up purely Sentry. Shield Battery should be thrown down, and the Shield Battery should finish up by the time these Stalkers arrive. So this is going to be a very tight defense here from Zaun. Meanwhile, Hero's pushing, moving out with 4 Stalkers, Hallucination moving out across the map. This also means that there won't be a force field initially, but the backup sentries have arrived. And it's on Zaun to defend with the bare minimum, as Hero goes for a slightly later expansion. Hallucination does confirm the timing of the expansion, Stalkers have arrived, and we'll see if Hero can pick off a sentry. He wants one. Does get a couple of volleys off. Meanwhile, Zaun just trying to buy time, kiting back to the high ground. Shield Battery should fall. And again, that's a worthwhile loss here for Zaun, considering he gets away with a faster expansion. Here come the Warp-ins, and Zaun holds. Zaun does hold. Meanwhile, Hero reinforcing with the depths. Behind this, going for a Twilight counter with a faster blink. Hero doesn't lose any Stalkers, he backs off. Does want to get caught out. Bearing in mind this early on, force fields are insane just because there's no blink, so you can't get away from that. Hero retreats. And we will be calming things down, saturating on natural bases, and getting in towards the mid-game. Both players will be scouting each other. They get eyes on the Twilight Councils and their research. Both Hero and Zaun doing the same. Adepts they threaten a shade. So far as Zaun is keeping up. I see someone asking in PvP, why specifically PvP to have that many sentries? So this is a new addition to PvP. I say a new addition. Yeah, relatively new addition. Basically, a couple of months ago, there was a patch. There was a patch that buffed sentries specifically in this matchup. For those that are curious, sentries no longer have the light tag. That means that sentries, they are more robust, specifically against adepts and oracles. Sentries, they also do bonus damage to shield units. So they do bonus damage to other Protoss units. So after that patch, which again was earlier in the year, it does incentivize heavier sentry play early on and much more safer play in PvP. But that's why if you compare PvPs this year compared to last year, these sentry openers are a lot more common. It's not like they didn't exist last year, but they were a little bit less frequent. Nowadays, they're the standard. So it's just a very safe way to play. Meanwhile, Hero pushing in. Trying to force his way up the ramp, does hallucinate some of those stalks. He flicks in, he goes to the dive. There's the overcharge. The overcharge does try to pay off, and Hero is going to be forced out. Again, clutch force fields. Zaun holds. Jesus. Hero, calm down. Zaun does hold. Both players, of course, getting their third bases saturated. Hero reinforcing, looking for another way in. Adepts say shade towards the natural. Oh, they shade into the main, actually. They do commit. At the same time, Hero, he does hit the third base. Zaun out of position. Pylon goes down. Hero, he commits. Oh my god. He just dives in. He gets a couple of stalkers. But there's the army is responding. Snipes the sentries as well. Hero backs off, leading out his own. Meanwhile, Adepts, they were cleaned up. They only got 3 probes. Zan is holding. Hero takes the worker lead. Does have a better economy. And Hero does not back off. He just keeps pushing in. Oh my god. The wild blink though. That I was less certain of. Oh my god. Hero. Patience, is that you? Ay, ay, ay. Hero, calm down. As this time he was punished, and yeah, he's going to be cleaned up as well. Zan punishing Hero for being a little bit too overly aggressive. More adepts warping in. Hero bleeding out more stalkers. Hero will get into the mineral line. Going for the probes, gets one. Gets the second probe, cancels the shade. Recalls the hell out of there. Denies mining time. And now we can take a moment here to take stock at the kind of game state here. Hero taking a faster fourth base, going for a gateway heavy composition. Meanwhile, Zan is actually rushing into disruptors. Bold move. He's going for the bay, going for disruptor production. So disruptors are on the horizon. And we'll see if Zan can get away with it. If you recall, Nightmare did attempt a similar style earlier against Zan. Didn't quite work out for him. Both armies do back off. Now, there is going to be a window in time here where Zan is vulnerable until he gets his wave of disruptors out. So Hero will have the better army initially, but disruptors will outscale Hero over time. I was speaking earlier about how large Golden Aura is, and it is known for its longer later game state. Like, breaking this 4-base setup is very difficult just because of the high ground, because of the ramp, because of the choke points. It's not going to be easy to push in. And because of that, we may be able to embrace a bit of a longer later game PvP. Let's get 3 probes. They do at least scout the bay. Second rover is done. Disruptors are amassing. And can Hero break Zan before Zan hits critical mass the disruptor? They're pushing in. This poke does prod, does get eyes on those disruptors. Hero going for DTs. 5th base on the way, taking more expansions. I mean, Hero does have map control. And he's going to commit. It goes up. Up! Ooh, big connection. Takes down a good chunk of stalkers. That was what, 4 stalkers going down, and there's still 3 more Novas. Zan being a little bit trigger happy there. 1 Nova left. But Hero backs off. Zealot harass, pushing in. Still that 1 Nova left over. Hero can't commit. The Novas are recharging. And the Immortals are exposed. 1 Immortal goes down. Oof, massive connection as well. Your Hero paying attention elsewhere, going for the warp in, but we dive in! And Zan will shut down this army. At the same time, Hero coming in from behind with only purely Zealots. And he loses everything. The Disruptors, they survive. The Novas go off. They take down the Zealots. And Hero is being torn apart. As we mentioned before, Disruptors, they just outscale Hero's army. There was some rough fights, some rough trades, and now Zan has an overwhelming force. He's almost maxed, and he's pushing. He is pushing out. Hero losing far too much, far too quickly. Sure, Hero, he has 5 bases, but it's not going to matter. Not going to matter. Not anymore. Immortal gets surrounded. Zan pushing in. Hero going for some desperation DT counterattacks, but the main army is not going to be stopped. There are cannons across the map. They're going to go down. Mineral line falls. Probes are falling as well. Oh! Oh my god. Massive disruptor connections. And there's only so much DTs can do. And Zan is going to be overwhelming. And once again, taking a lead here and taking down Hero. I mean, he's done it before already in his return from the military. And he's looking to take down Hero once again. Hero trying to muster up an army here at the Natural. He's got 2 shield batteries, he's got a cannon. He's got an overcharge and a dream path. Let's go. I mean, probes are going down across the map, but Here he will lose the natural. Natural goes down. He defends with DTs. No detection for Zan. But it's coming. And those disruptors... Have any disruptors gone down this game? Okay, two. Two disruptors that go down. But the rest are coming. And Hero, he's down to one mining base. Half a mining base, really. Next I have Fallen. Zan pushing forward. Yeah, Hero, he's just going for a bit of a Hail Mary play here with 2 DTs, 1 Immortal, a handful of Stalkers. Will he lose all his buildings before he loses the army? Not like this. Zan does turn back around. Turns around with the Disruptors. Hero will bring more Zealots, just hoping to go for a base trade. I mean, technically that is the one way for Hero to try to win this game. And Hero does have proxy buildings out on the map, but there's no shot. I mean, Zan can always recall. You can always recall if he needs to. Oh my god, speaking of, I think he did. Jesus. The Disruptors are just lying in wait in the main. So Zan, he's ready for the base trade, and there it is. GG gets called. Zan will take the series 2-0. We'll take down Nightmare and Hero. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Hero did have a much more standard start to game number 2. He was also very aggressive, very assertive. He was actually gaining a lot of value at the start. But if you recall, there were a couple of questionable moves from Hero where he did dive in, where he did overextend, did bleed out a lot of units, did lose a lot of momentum as a result. Winding it back a little bit, Hero did have the better economy. He had, what, a 5-base setup, but if you recall, he was also falling behind tech-wise. He was stuck on a more gateway-heavy composition against disruptors that were building up over time. Likewise, Hero, he was also caught paying attention elsewhere at a couple of key moments where he took some big nervous to the face, took some really rough fights, and things snowballed very quickly out of control. GG. GG, well played. Zan, he does take it. Again, confirming that Zan, currently his best matchup is PvP. That is where he does thrive the most. It's the other matchups where I'm a little bit more concerned about. And we'll get into it. We will get into it as Zan advances on to the semifinals, and we are here to determine who faces off against Zan. Who's it going to be? It's going to be one of these two players. One of these two players. Is it going to be a Terran or a Protoss? As up next, we have a TVP between Classic and Cure. Oh boy. And I'm sure Zan is like, let's go Classic. Zan is like, give me another Protoss player, papi. Give me another Protoss. We'll see. We'll see if Classic can pull it off or if Cure can take him down instead. What I will say coming into this series is that we haven't seen much of Classic recently. Classic, he has been playing in SCL, true, he's been playing in the StarCraft Evolution League, did feature him last week and the week before as well, but when it comes to SC2 events, Classic hasn't been as active, so I'm happy to see Classic here once again, and we'll see how he compares to Cure. Meanwhile, a shout out to the chat, oh god, shout out to Makla, thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. We do hope you appreciate or hope you enjoy the casting, the content, and the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you for the support. We appreciate it. Here we go. Just catching up in the chat. Zan playing with his balls this game. Ah, he's the best. Let's go. This is coping, yeah, doing his best Terran impression. Aye. But GG, well played. Up next, oh, my apologies. Up next, we do have. Did I remove it by accident? One moment, there we go. We do have Cure versus Classic, followed by Trap versus Beyond. That's going to be our next quarterfinals match after this one. Un momento. We'll need to fix that up. Bam. There we go. Beautiful. Cure vs. Classic is up next. Game 1 is going to be on site Delta. Let us jump on in. And as a reminder, Zan is waiting for the winner of this series. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Kyor. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Here we go. Going to be settling in. And I'm curious to see how Classic has been working on his TVP here over the past couple of months. I mentioned before that Classic, he just hasn't been as active. He still does compete in KSLs, clearly, as well as Wardy TV Mondays, but Classic is not really too active when it comes to the other online open cups, referring to KSRC, referring to the Pigosaur Cup, or the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, or Sparkling Tuna Cup. Some of these other open events, Classic isn't too active in those at least. So I'm curious to see how his PVT has been evolving. For a long time, Classic was very fond of Stargate openers, very fond of Stargate play, but we'll see what he goes for this time, especially on a larger map like Site Delta. Oh boy. Here we go. Meanwhile, Kyor for a very long time was very fond of 3-Raxes, or even more modern play, more current play, 3CC 3-Rax, which Bjorn has been very fond of as well, which you can get away with on Site Delta. For now, Gate Expand. Economic opener here by Classic, going for a more delayed Cybercore. Meanwhile, Kyor going for the Marine first into a faster CC. So economic opener here by Kyor and Classic. Wait for the CC on location. Kyor, of course, is going to be skipping his SCV scout. He's going to be skipping his Reaper scout as well. So Kyor is cutting corners. Okay, I was going to say, did he cancel the Marine? Okay, no, not quite. Did make the Marine. Going for the reactor and just scouting for proxies. Tells him scout across the map, but just make sure that he's safe at home. And we have confirmation it is not going to be a second Rax, it's not going to be a third CC, that is going to be a factory. So Kyor going for a more 1-1-1 setup. Not being too crazy. Likewise, Classic going for his tech of choice. I was talking about a Stargate opener earlier, which we have seen many times by Classic. Likewise, especially on Site Delta, but this time it's going to be a Twilight Council instead, working towards Blink. I would imagine Blink. I mean, there is a niche build where you can go for a Dark Shrine in this matchup, which can be very chaotic and can catch some Terran players off guard, but we don't see it too often. Should be working towards Blink Stalkers, into a second gateway, into potentially a third. Meanwhile, the Adept does move out. Marine's in position. Adept will shade into the natural, will delay some mining. Not bad. Does delay some mining time. Adept shades out. Behind this, Kyor going into his 1-1-1. Cyclone's on the way, bearing in mind that Kyor has not scattered across the map, so a Cyclone opener makes a lot of sense here to be safe against anything, against Stargate opener into Oracle, into Phoenix, or even Stalkers. And from here, this can lead into drop play with a medevac. As Kyor is getting ready for his move outs, medevac is on the way alongside the second Cyclone, and Kyor is pushing. Meanwhile, back at home, Classic, he does not just go for a second gateway, goes for a third gateway as well. So a 3-gate blink opener out of Classic, very safe. Oh, but as Classic moves out, he misses the army. He misses the main army, and he's out of position. Uh-oh. I'm getting a little bit concerned. Classic, okay, he does turn back around. Is racing back home, thankfully. Here come reinforcements. Now, Classic is going to have a shield battery with an overcharge. He will not have any force fields. No sentry. Getting up to 4 Stalkers. I want to say with the help of an overcharge, Classic should be okay, assuming he has the energy for it. Let's go for the third. Kyor, he rocks up, going for the Arthrosis Pylon. No, the Pylon! Pylon goes down. D-powers, oh, the gateway, not the shield battery, thankfully. There was the backup Pylon. Overcharge gets popped. And can Classic hold on? He has to pull the boys. But with the help of the voice, he should be able to hold on. And 2 Cyclones left. Nice blinks. Blink does complete. And Classic will shut this down. Whew. And it takes out the medevac, takes down both Cyclones. Classic holds. Oh my god. I was very concerned for a moment there. Thankfully, there was a second pylon keeping everything powered. Classic defends. He loses 4 probes. He gets away with his 3rd base. And that was a lot of supply thrown away for Cure. Thankfully, Cure does have a tank back at home. He's got a bunker on the way. His natural base should be secure. Classic does test the waters. Gets 1 SCV. Backs off. Again, Classic just poking in. Getting his 3rd up and running. And taking up. Working towards charge, forge, +1, and his upgrades. So Classic is working his way towards the mid-game. Meanwhile, Cure, no 3rd CC yet. Getting into his 3-1-1 setup. Stim is on the way, building on more Marines. We'll keep an eye out for that 3rd CC timing. Did just go for the 1 eBay. That could be a tell that here he's working towards a +1 timing and not working towards a longer, later game. Curious. Okay, 3rd CC. Whew. We're good. 3rd CC is on the way. Raven is denied. And it's going to be on Classic to slow down this push and delay the 3rd. As Cure moves out, is spotted. Classic picking off 2 Marines so far. Oh, getting 3. Not bad. 3 Marines. Doesn't lose any Stalkers yet. We'll have to rotate them around. It does shuffle them. Again, not losing a single Stalker. Ideally, Classic would like to catch a tank, but that's going to be a little bit ambitious. Oh! And 1 Stalker falls. Behind this, additional Warpins. Charge is done. Cure is getting within range of that 3rd. At the same time, Raven does attempt to harass. Raven went down, actually. Uh-oh. And Cure backs off. I do like this from Cure. Remember, he got scouted. He knows he got scouted, so the likelihood of Classic being ready at the 3rd is quite high. So Cure backs off. He's hoping to try to catch the army here and lead Classic into the tall grass. And the armies, they miss each other. Uh-oh. They do completely miss each other. Classic headed towards the would-be 3rd. And Cure going towards the 3rd base of Classic. We could just commit to a base trade. Does Classic recall? Does he recall back home? The army is spotted. He turns around. Up. And he does recall. Tanks are sieging up. Classic diving in. Ooh, the mine shots are brutal. They take down most of the zealots. All the hallucinations. He's trying to tank some shots, but alas, nice target firing at a Cure. Hallucinations go down. And Classic, he is hurting. Extra warpins on the way. Tanks are a little bit far back. And Classic, he does commit, does collapse on those Marines. Does force them back. But the overcharge is running out, and as Classic is trying to hold on to that 3rd base, Curie does go for a double drop into the main. He's pulling Cure apart. Classic apart even. Can go for the upgrades, for the production. Stims in. He's going for the mineral line. Classic, he has to respond. Turns back around. Oh, the mine shots! Up! Oh, they don't quite go up. And the entire army does rotate. And in the midst of all this, Curie can hit the 3rd. At the same time, though, Zelarabite does distract him. But he stims in, catches a Colossus. Oh, Colossus goes down. Massive pickoff. And Classic, he just cannot keep up. He's being torn apart. 16 probes go down. And the Nexus can fall as well. Not quite going for it. Trading with the army instead. Distracted by the Zealot counterattack. Nexus does survive. Oh my god. The tank shots. They take down the Stalkers, most of them. The Zealots are cleaned up. 17 probe kills. And Cure takes a worker lead. He's up in workers, he's up in mules. He has a greater economy. The Zealots are at least keeping Cure busy. But he has a massive lead. He wants the prism. I get it. War Prism survives. The Vikings will chase it down. And without that War Prism really hindering Cure, he can't commit. And Cure has a massive supply lead. Again, Classic played out the early to mid game quite well. It's just unfortunate that he was caught out of position. He had to recall back home. He wasn't set up. He wasn't able to deny the siege of the tanks. Classic, he was caught with his pants down. Oh no. As a result, Cure now has a 50 supply lead. So we'll pick up some SCVs. But it's all about the main army. There are going to be some force fields. Classic holding on to the third at least. Zell still wreaking havoc. They do get some of those mules. Ooh. You can see Curie desperately wants to just dive in and go for the Colossus. Force fields are keeping him at bay. They just get the fourth. You just go for the fourth expansion. Classic desperately needs extra Colossus. Second Colossus on the way. Trying to break out. Again, these Zealot Rumbites, they have been the MVPs. They've been keeping Classic in this. But there's only so much they can do. Cure getting a 4. Moves out. Ooh, and a brutal EMP. Oh my god. He caught every single sentry. The Stalkers as well. And Cure is looking overwhelmed. GG gets called, and Cure takes game number 1. GG. Cure will take a lead in the series. Again, Classic just caught out of position, forced to recall back home, and forced to recall against 3 sieged up tanks against a terrifying Bio army. Cure, he took an insane trade and just snowballed from there. And with that, Cure now ahead 1-0. And now we're jumping into game 2. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. Be loading into Oceanborn. And we'll see if Classic can force the ace match or if Cure will take it here and now. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds, down in the series, leaving a bounce back. It is Classic. We go. We go. Classic does poke in. For now, it is going to be a double gas opener out of Cure. Double gas leading to a faster factory, delayed CC. So a very different kind of opener this time. It makes sense. Cure, he went for a more economic opener on Site Delta, which is a much larger map, longer rush distance. You can afford to be greedy and cut corners. Here on Oceanborn, a much smaller map, he's just going for a safer build instead. Is setting up for that factory. Meanwhile, Classic back at home. Another gate expand. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild, no crazy proxy. No pylon out on the map. Being as annoying as possible with that probe. But will be forced out. And from here, this can lead into initially a tank-based push with Banshees, can lead into a Widowmine drop, can lead into Reactor Cyclone Medevac drop as well. Cure has options. Reactor to Hellion Reaper. Oh, sorry, Reactor Reaper Hellion. We'll see what it's going to be. Now moving out with this first Reaper. Looking to get some scouting information. Looking to get some damage done as well. Additional Reapers on the way. Classic is just setting up. Oh, going for a very safe opener. Going for a Robo. Okay. It's going to be a Robo opener out of Classic. With this, it can lead into faster Immortal production, faster Colossus, and even a Warp Prism to harass. Let's have that option. Again, the downside of a Robo opener is you do lack map control in the mid game. That's what Blink Stalkers and Phoenixes provide you. It's what a Robo does not. But it can kind of send you down the path of going to a fast Bay, into fast Colossus, into just a very secure setup on 3 bases. So we'll see what Classic goes for. Reaper's threaten the dive, so does the Adept. Classic trying to keep up with the Reapers. They do outposition the Stalker. They don't quite dive though. Reaper's backing up. Natural Base finishing up for Cure. And behind this, setting up for a drop. It's just going to be Marines, initially a Cyclone. Medevac's on the way. And Classic is opting not to go for a fast Bay, but he's going for a Twilight Council follow-up instead. Interesting. I'm curious if he's just going for a later Blink Stalkers, as he is going for that safety Immortal. Again, Classic doesn't really have much to work with. But the Immortal is on the way to help him be secure. Likewise, Cure getting to really fast tank production. First tank is on the way. Observer will confirm. Classic gets eyes on the production. Is aware. Be headed towards that natural. Likewise, Classic just securing himself. Yep, getting a third. Building up. Charges on the way, not Blink. And Classic moving out with his Immortal is a very bold move. There's a lot of value in that War Prism. He's going for the Immortal drop. So far, so good. Working towards, I would imagine, Charge the Archon. We'll see what Classic can get done. And hopefully he doesn't lose the Warp Prism. I mean, again, there's an Immortal inside. Can't afford it. Goes to the mineral line, gets one SCV. Disable wasn't researched. So Classic doesn't have to worry about that. Goes for the Cyclone, does get it. Cyclone goes down, and the Prism will escape. Remember, Stim was delayed in favor of tank production. And without Stim Marines, oh my god, tank volley. Jesus. Without Stim Marines, the Prism will be able to get out. Does slip away from the natural, gets 3 SCVs, not bad. Just a handful of workers and doesn't lose much of anything. Meanwhile, Cure, he wants that Prism. Actually dropping in towards the main. Going for his own harass. Classic threatens the natural. Cure doing the same. Going for the third. But Classic is ready for it. Into the main as well. We'll have a harder time trading against the Cyclone, but he will get the Medevac. Medevac goes down, so does everything else. Drop into the natural, more SCV kills. Where's the tank? Cure heals a little, moving out. Classic doesn't get much SCVs, but he does delay the push. Stim is done in 5 seconds. Classic has to get out of here. And can he recall in time? It's gonna be close. Up. Oh my god. Does barely recall in time. One more Viking shot. The Immortal survives. Classic makes it back home, getting to his 4th base. Colossus production has begun. And remember, Kira, he was about to move out, but now he's stuck at home, getting his own 3rd. And working towards that mid-game. And so far, Classic has gotten away with his build. Has gotten away with it. Colossus are amassing. Prism finally goes down. Without that War Prism keeping Kira pinned back at home, he can finally be active. But it might be too late at this point. But hey, there's already Colossus. Soon to be 2. Yeah, here we go. As Kira does finally move out. As he moves out, so does Classic. The armies will meet. Classic does spot it. And Zelsa collapse in. That's anti-armor missile. They force fields that lock down the army. They keep Kira pinned back. Classic gets the hell out of there. Zelsa hit the mineral line. 5 SCV kills, forcing Kira back home. Getting a couple of Widow Mines. Kira, he does not turn around. He commits. Does commit. Second Colossus has arrived. Hasn't joined up with the main army. F2, papi, F2. Colossus just chilling at the natural. There's more reinforcements on the way. The Colossus, there we go. Now comes in. And Kiri just doesn't have much left over. Tank went down, no more Widow Mines. Lost 6 SCVs earlier. And again, it feels like Classic is reaching its final form. Extendo Lance is already done. And this Bio Army cannot push up this ramp. Going for the Doom Drop instead. Okay, fair enough. Splits up his army. Classic getting a 5th expansion already. You're ready for the run by this time. That does mean the main army is that much weaker. Classic knows it. Nine shots going up. Just the 2 Widow Mines though. Classic trying to chase him down. At the same time, Kira going towards the natural. Oh, War Prism. War Prism gets caught out. Not bad. Oh, that's a lot of Zealots. And Classic should be able to hold on. Kira, he does kite well. That's a lot of Zealots. There's a lot of Charizards chasing Kira down. Main army rotates as well. I'm sure Classic would love to move out, but he did just lose the War Prism, has to rebuild it for a 3rd time. Without reinforcements, Classic not really too fond of trying to break that 3rd. Otherwise, I do think he could. And unlike the previous game, Kira, he just hasn't been able to touch the bases. He hasn't been able to get into any kind of mineral line and do anything to the 3rd, the 4th, or the 5th. Classic has been left untouched. Time and time again, Classic is just so quick to engage in the center of the map or just outside his bases. Has been keeping up with the rotations. Keeping Kira busy with these run-bys. So again, just a little more map control this time for Classic. And now he's pushing. Getting it up. Jesus. Classic, calm down. Getting another base. Getting a 6th. Why not? I mean, he's maxed. Sure, I guess. Classic is maxed out. Heading towards the natural. That is a lot of Vikings. Vikings in your hand. They take down, ooh, not even the first Colossus. The juggling. Vikings finally, Colossus are going down, but the Zealots do charge on forward. Nice kiting though here from Cure. He pulls away. Takes down the Immortals. We're running out of Vikings though. There's one Colossus left. It barely makes it through. And it looks like the Ground Army has crumbled. ClanKy does take game number 2. Does tie things up 1-1. GG. Whew. GG. Classic looking so much more assertive here in game 2. Again, we mentioned before, but we just really didn't see Cure getting across the map. He did try to go for some drop play at some point or another. Did try to go for the Cyclone drop, if you remember, as well. But for the most part, ClanKy was keeping up. He was able to get eyes on each of the attack paths as well. And Cure, he wasn't able to touch the economy of Classic. And this time, the Protoss was the one able to snowball out of control instead. And with that, Classic does tie things up, and we are going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going to game 3. Is going to be on Alkyone. Let us go. We'll see what our openers are going to be this time, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Oh my god. As Curie sends his first SCV out across the map very quickly, I imagine Curie was planning to go for a eBay. I'm sure he was planning to go for an eBay block, but Classic is quick to chase down the SCV and to make sure that no shenanigans are on the way. As a reminder, Cure, he actually skipped his SCV scout in game 1 and in game 2, so this SCV is very unorthodox, or very suspicious, I should say, here in game 3. Was forced back. Classic still chasing it down, making sure he can safely expand. Yeah, as the third probe comes down as well, there's the eBay, but with all this setup, it shouldn't really get much progression. It does get some at least. Will still delay. But is going to be forced to be cancelled. And Classic can now expand. Whew. So, all in all, I would say a better start for Classic. Like, typically this would force, 7, 8 probes off the mineral line down to the low ground. Maybe even a Zealot as well. Worst case scenario, Classic forced to expand at a third location instead. But just a good read. Good read by Classic. Does keep up. Does shut it down. Meanwhile, Kira back at home, just going for a Rax into CC on the high ground. Very safe opener by Cure. His expansion is going to be delayed, as he has to float it down, but overall just an economic start. Now we can settle it. Once again, it is going to be the factory follow-up. No fast third CC. No 3 racks. Here we go. And once again, Classic opening up Robo. This is something that we have seen a little bit more trendy as of late for Classic, going for these Robo openers. As I mentioned in the previous game, this is just a very safe way to open up. It does give you access to early Immortal production, gives you access to early Colossus production as well, if need be. So 2 games in a row going for the Robo. Classic shading across the map. Trying to get eyes on the tech. Does at least confirm the lack of add-on swap. Spots all the Marines, and looks like Kira is getting ready for a Marine Wouldn't Mind drop. As the medic is soon going to be on the way. The medevac even. Kira will soon be moving out. There's that medevac. Meanwhile, Classic, he hasn't seen much of anything yet. Does pull back, going Observer first. There's the Safety Immortal. And with this setup, Classic, he should be okay as long as he's in position. It's a big if, though. Oh, Cure going for a very fast tank follow-up. Interesting. So very fast tank production here for Cure. Does move out. The Observer will spot the drop. Will miss the drop, I should say. Doesn't spot it. Likewise, Cure, he does avoid the Xel'Naga tower. So far, unscattered. I'm curious if Classic notices the lack of Marines and the lack of units back at home. Sees the tech labs. Back in the main base, nothing in position. Classic is at the natural. But Cure doesn't pull the trigger yet. Still holding on. Classic going into his third before he's taking his gases. Just the one. And just like the previous game, Classic is going for faster charge and the Twilight Council before the Bay and before Colossus production. Going for the Immortal drop. It's the same build. Straight up same build from game 1. Sorry, from game 2. As he moves out, that might just trigger Cure to move in. Classic is head towards the main. There is a Wooden Man in position. He's behind the gas geyser. Speaking of, up! The wide shot goes up! Ooh, massive connection! Prism is low, Wooden Man goes down. Classic has to be so careful with this Prism. Up! Up! Does he get it? Oh my god! Calm down! Prism gets out. 7 HP. At the same time, Cure moves in, boosting into the main. As he does have a shield battery. Stalker's warping in time, and he should be okay. Shield battery is targeted. The Marines are cleaned up. And Classic holds. Not without losing 3 probes, though. Oh. 4 probes even. See what the toasts do pop off. From here, we can calm things down. Once again, Cure just getting into 2 tanks, focusing on Widowmine production thereafter. Oh, and Classic, he's not just going into Colossus production, but he's going into a Stargate as well. Interesting. I mean, Classic, he is one of those players that is very quick to rush into Skytoss if he feels an opportunity to do so. This is a good map for it, but can he get away with it? Stargate is done. Does he throw down the fleet beacon? Wait, did he cancel? Okay, he canceled. I was like, he's crazy. Does cancel the Stargate. Jumping into the main and going for the add-ons, and he will not deny combat shields. Doesn't like concussive shell at least. Let's get 1 upgrade. Was hoping for the other. Not again! Oh my god! The same Widowmine! I should say, a replacement Widowmine does shut it down. Prism falls, and now Cure can focus on his push. Is moving out across the map. Scans a third. First Colossus has arrived. There are force fields available. Second Colossus on the way. It's going to be 1 shield battery with an overcharge. But is it going to be enough? Classic trying to dive in. But Curie can hold his own. He just sims on forward. He doesn't lose any tanks. Rotating towards the 4th. There is none, not yet. But that's positioning with the tanks. Army gets spotted. And Cure actually dropping into the main. Army's out of position. Do we force a recall? There's a warp in. There's a Colossus. Classic gonna try and hold on. All those swipes getting wasted. A mineral line under fire. That's gonna be 10, 11, 12 probes falling. Brutal losses for Classic. The rest of the army does respond. And there's no punish, there's no blink. Medevacs they get out. Tanks are pushing forward. A brutal choke point as well. Classic does harass across the map with their reinforcements. And he's being pulled apart. Again, 17 probe kills was brutal. And Classic, he knows he can't engage. He cannot push into this. Not with Zealous, I should say. Oh my god. Brutal anti-arm missile goes up. Classic cannot push in. Zealot Runby does buy some time, does distract Cure at least for a moment. But again, plenty of reinforcements. So he's going down. Classic, he does push in. Into a brutal choke point. First tank goes down. Second tank barely as well. But he wants a Colossus. And can he get them? Not quite. There's the overcharge. Classic, he will hold. But he lost 27 probes in the process. 27. The Dune Drop is cleaned up for the most part. It is going to be cleaned up, but Classic is down to almost half the worker count of Cure. Cure has a massive worker lead, plus mules. And what can Classic do from here? He lost the War Prism across the map, he has to rebuild, plus 2 is on the way. Classic does have his Colossus, but the ground army support, it's not really there. They're going to catch out the army. Does get a couple of swipes off. Classic throwing down a 4th Nexus. Tells us that he's not going all in. And really what Classic needs is a Zealot Runby as Cure moves out. Either a Zealot Runby towards the natural, towards the third, a Warp it into the main. Something drastic. The problem is even that might not be enough, as Cure still maintains a massive supply lead. Second rover is on the way. That should be for eventually disruptors. Drop into the main. Zealot Runby towards the third. Towards the natural. Oh god, there are Vikings! Vikings in position. Prism goes down. Reinforcements at the natural. The Zealot Runby is that they don't do much. But again, it was all that Classic could do. He gets 4 SCVs. It's something. That will trigger Cure. Disruptors are on the way. This is, of course, pre-patch, so Disruptors, they can still one-shot Marauders. True. Still have potential. Alright, just going up. Main army moves out. Disruptors have arrived. Never goes off. Doesn't quite connect. Grazes the army. There's one more over in the chamber. Classic is thinking about it. He wants that Nova. Spots the army rotating. Classic moves out. Likewise shocking around. Getting zone 4th. Classic double expanding. And hey, Classic, he is slowly stabilizing. He's getting there. Does need more time. God, that's a lot of Vikings. That's 10 Vikings here for Cure. There he goes off. Forces a stim. Zealot run right towards the natural, but alas, our Widowmine's in position. Not the best mine connections. But there's a bunker. So let's take it into the mineral line. Cure's main army pushing towards the gold. Does get 5 SCVs. Not bad. 7 even. 8. Okay. 8 SCVs go down. Both armies about to max. I'm impressed here that Classic's been able to keep up. Has been keeping up. Gold base is spotted. Cure moving in with his drop. And the main armies do clash. Disruptors going down. Massive EMPs. And 2 disruptors go down. No Novas yet. And the Novas, one of them does graze the army, but it's not going to be good enough. Colossus goes down. Another Nova doesn't connect either. And Cure, he pushes in, pushing towards that third. Up. Better Nova towards the end. Does force back the main army. Not bad. Classic, he's holding. Just hold on. Takes down some of those Vikings. Likewise, the gold base is still standing as well. Cure, he didn't push in. Remember, Cure, he was fighting with half his army. He does want that gold. But to the Zealots. And Cure is coming in from both angles. Nova goes off. Ooh, massive connection! Good connection with the Disruptor. Vikings get your ham on the Colossus. And the left-hand flank is going to break through. Up! Better connection once again. Takes down the Marines. Classic not taking the worst fight, but he's down to 1 Disruptor, 0 Colossus, just a gateway army. And the Novas are not going to connect. Cure is overstimmed, but it looks like he will overwhelm. Takes down the gold. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Cure will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Cure will take it. Again, it was a back and forth. At least it go all the way to the ace match, but here Classic just had a very hard time keeping up with Cure when it came to his initial push. If you recall, Classic, he was not quite ready for the move out. He wasn't quite able to keep up. It was brutal as well that the War Prism Harass just wasn't able to get much damage done across the map. And was just caught in a really weird position. If you recall, we had the Dune drop into the main. At the same time, the tanks were laying siege upon the third. And even though Classic did survive that, remember, he lost 27 probes. He lost 27 workers. It was a massive economic blow. I want to say that Cure, after that, had pretty much a 20 worker lead. He was losing some SCVs here and there, but nothing too major. Like, Cure was looking quite comfortable in the aftermath. Classic was able to catch up when it comes to army supply, but he was still torn apart by the split push of Cure. GG. GG, well played. Cure will advance on to the semifinals, and that means that Zaun has an opponent. Zaun versus Cure is going to be the upper semifinals match. Before we get there, though, we have one more quarterfinals match to dive into. It is going to be another Terran versus Protoss. The non-stop TVP is up next. We have Bjorn versus Trap. Let's go. Bjorn versus Trap. This is in the lower half of the brackets. Likewise, at the same time, we also had Dark versus Creator. Unfortunately, we won't be able to jump into that series, but we can at least dive into Bjorn and Trap. Can dive into the lower quarterfinals match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Here we go. As I'm sure we're going to be embracing a very different kind of TVP. Bjorn going for a bit of a fake proxy Rax here, throwing it down outside of his third. Cheeky move here out of Bjorn. I imagine just trying to fake out his opponent. Likewise, Trap moving out with his own probe scout as well, looking for a proxy here on the right-hand side, making sure everything's as it should be. Checks his third base before moving out. Duh. But again, Bjorn is usually more bio-heavy in this matchup, usually a lot more aggressive, a lot more assertive. Usually. And likewise, Trap, also recently returning from the military, has been improving so much over the past couple of months, alongside Rogue. It's been amazing to see the rate of improvement of Trap. He's doing quite well for himself, been quite active as well in the online tournament scene. I would say that Trap is the most active Protoss player amongst the Korean Protosses, like in these online tournaments. Oh, actually, maybe second most active, second to Nightmare. Nightmare plays in everything. Trap, almost as much. As Trappy does come in with a probe scout, he does confirm that the Rax is missing, but he does get eyes on the factory, the two gases. He is aware that it's not an all-in, and should be getting ready back at home. The Reaper does reveal itself, so Trap now knows it was a fake proxy. The Rax is floating back. From here, we can embrace our game. We can calm things down. We can settle in. We can settle in. Of course, Trap, when it comes to his accolades so far in his return, he did come second place in the Wardy TV Festival. That was, what, like 3 weeks ago at this point? Back like end of September, early October. Trap did quite well there. I want to say that Trap actually beat Bjorn in that tournament in the lead up to the finals. The finals was a TVP between Trap and Clem. And as you can imagine, Clem did win that series, that best of 7. But, I mean, it's Clem. So, I mean, what can we do? But it was still very impressive, though, to see Trap make his way to those finals. Beating Nightmare, beating Shin. I think it was Gumiho, the Terran that he'd beaten, to make it as well. See how Bjorn fares. Diving into the main. Reaper goes down, but I believe Bjorn was able to get eyes on the tech and did spot the Stargate. Let's go. Despite the TVPs that we've casted already tonight, again, Classic was very fond of these robot openers. This time we have Trap going for the Stargate, going for Phoenixes instead. So a very different kind of style here from Trap. He's going for the Phoenix opener. Bjorn is aware, back at home, Marines and Cyclones are on the way. Wood of my shell doesn't quite go off. Doesn't quite catch the Phoenix. Oh! Getting a dive. Let's threaten a dive. Is zoned away. And you can see here again, I was talking earlier how much more greedy Bjorn is, as opposed to Cure, who would often delay his third until after his second and third racks. We can see Bjorn going for his third CC before his extra raxes. So a very fast third base here by Bjorn. Phoenix as they dip in. They can pick away some of these Marines. Up! Going for the medevac. Phoenix barely survives, does get the medevac in the end. Whew. Nice moves here by Trap. Oh my god, that almost does take a mind shot to the face, trading one Phoenix for one medevac. And I believe Trap, he did not see the command center, but he did see how delayed the Raxes were. So he has a piece of the puzzle. Once the Widowmine won't quite get it. Trap pulling away, reinforcing with his ground army. Bearing in mind there is no stim, now confirms the timing of the third CC. Taking off two SCVs. Going for his own third. Just being as annoying as possible, getting as much value. and keeping Beyond contained. On top of that, because Trap confirmed the timing of the third, he also knows that he's safe. He knows that Beyond has no pushing power, and that Trap can be greedy and be quite assertive here. He knows that Beyond can't really threaten him. Despite that, Trap shouldn't necessarily push into the natural, but again can at least contain. So he's just parked outside. Behind this, sorting down his own gateways, Forge, Twilight Council, +1 in charge. Just taking up. I'm sure he did just spot those Widow Mines. Has to be careful. Scan into the natural, reveals the gases. Not much more than that. Trap rotating, gets eyes on the would-be third. And his ground army can respond. CC lands, ground army pushes in. This shouldn't get a kill, but will delay. It's Beyond response. His tank getting in position, Phoenix as they dive into the main base. No Widow Mines, SCVs are going down. Nice pickoffs. Nice movement here from Trap. Getting another SCV and almost getting in the medevac. Almost. Trap, he does recall back home with his ground army. Ready for a counterattack. Charge now finishing up, +1 as well. But at least Beyond finally secures his third. It's on fire, but it's mining. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's getting saturated. Likewise, Trap being active. Working towards a splash damage. No storm yet. Robo's on the way. Just relying heavily here on charge lots, on Archons. And from here we can just calm things down. Trap getting his fourth. Fourth getting saturated. Beyond taking into ghost production. I really see Beyond moving out without his EMPs. Does get a Phoenix though. Not bad. Takes off a Phoenix. Ooh. Has to get the hell out of here though. Sims away. Gets another Phoenix. Gets two. We'll back off for the most part. Leading out one Marauder. Ghost production has begun. Meanwhile, Trap working towards double Colossus production. Interesting. Colossus on the horizon. We'll see if we can get there. Colossus soon to be on the way. There's Extended Double Lance. Going Disruptor first. Okay, never mind. Going initially for the Disruptors. Trap getting another expansion. We could actually be here for a while. I mean, Ghost River, despite the fact that it's a very small map, once we get into the mid-game, we can very easily go into the late game. The reason for this is just because of how narrow and how defendable these ramps are. Oh! As Trap does lead the Phoenix's idle. One Phoenix left. And Trap, he's double expanding. He's just taking every single base on this half of the map. Likewise, Beyond is looking quite secure. Now taking his fourth. And the armies will soon max. Both armies will soon max out. I am still concerned by the lack of splash damage for Trap. He's got how many disruptors? Three. 3 disruptors so far. So Trap is actually quite vulnerable. At least for a little bit longer. Celeron gets caught out. You can see Beyond just throwing down more sensor towers. Walling up. Does run into the army. Nova goes off. Up. Not a bad connection. Takes down a Ghost. Takes down a couple of Marauders. Beyond takes it over to the face. The rest of the army does converge. Where are the other disruptors? There's one Nova left. More disruptors on the way. But Beyond backs up. Sensor tower did alert him, so he's in position here for the prism. At this point, especially with Trap maxing out, I would not be opposed to a Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. Speaking of, there it is. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Trap is getting ready for Sky Toss. Where's that Sky Toss? Never goes off. Nice splits. Connects with only Marines. Gun is keeping up. He does catch one disruptor. So the run by will distract. Trap trying out position. Novas go up. Beyond can snipe them. Yeah, all the disruptors go down. Massive pickoffs. Trap getting a little bit too cavalier. Too aggressive. Gets punished. And Trappy's down to only 3 disruptors. Oh. Again, he was working towards Sky Toss, but he's not there yet. And I don't know if he can get there. First Nova goes off. There's 2 Novas left. Massive EMP connects. And disruptors they can get targeted down. One after the other. There's nothing remaining here. And Beyond, he breaks through. I was getting ready to embrace a longer game, but no, not this time. Nova goes off. A better connection towards the end, but there's just not enough. GG gets called, and Beyond will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Trap, he was building up. I mean, he had a good economy, he had plenty of bases, but you could see how very quickly things escalated out of control, especially on Ghost River, because the rush distance by ground is so short. You take one bad fight, and very quickly, it ends. It ends then and there. Trap, he lost the first 3 disruptors, he had 3 left, and relying on purely disruptors and purely purification Novas is a very risky thing to do. I don't know if you saw towards the end on the production tab, but Trap, he had Colossus on the way. He had 2 Colossus in production. And remember, he had delayed Colossus production quite heavily because of that no consistent splash damage. It's very high risk, high reward, and in the end, Trap was caught out. GG. GG, well played. Beyond takes a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Unfortunately, despite the Fleet Beacon, Trap wasn't able to fully embrace Sky Toss or anything like that. Again, did just overextend and very quickly did escalate from there, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkiona, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, representing Gen G Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Trap. Here we go. Oh my god. As Beyond last game did go for a fake proxy Rax, but this time he's going to be committing in a bit of a different way. I'm curious. This is still on Beyond's half of the map, but he does move out with a second SCV. And I would imagine he is going for Proxy 2 Rax. Curious. Show us what you got. There we go. Second Rax is on the way. So I imagine this is 2 Rax Reaper. I would imagine just because I don't believe we're fully set up here for add-ons. But we are out of the way. He saw! Trap! Oh! The Probe Scout! He did see the first Rax. Did just barely. So he is aware. He does confirm, of course, that the Rax is missing. Only 1 gas being taken. Trap is aware Reapers are on the way. Now, for all Trap knows, it could only be a singular Rax. He's not aware of the second. But he should be, though, based on the fact that the first racks that he saw was still in production. As he's still just going for the gate expand initially, which should be fine. Reapers are amassing. It's going to come down to the control. It's going to come down to the micro. Bjorn is building up his Reapers. Has yet to reveal himself. First Stalker's being chronoed. Is he rallied across the map? Okay, no, not quite. But the probe will confirm. Does confirm the Reaper, the second Rax. Is aware. How many Reapers? Gonna be 3. 3 Reapers for Bjorn. And then he floats back. Is pushing forward. Trap, he responds to the Robo. Makes sense. Very safe response here by Trap. The Robo into Immortal. Stalker's in position. Bjorn trying to find a way in, but Trap, he does shut him down. So far, so good. Trap is keeping up. Of course he is. Meanwhile, Bjorn once again faster at CC. We spoke about this in the last game, about how Bjorn very often, unlike Cure for example, Bjorn is very quick to take a third. Cure often delays. But Bjorn, before his natural's even done, third CC. So very greedy play by Bjorn. Very greedy. I do like this, actually, considering the game state. Remember, Trap, he's going for a very safe response, going for a Robo into Immortal. Means that Trap is going to be lacking map control. Playing more defensively, as opposed to Bjorn cutting corners and being greedy. And we'll see if Bjorn gets away with it. There are ways for Trap to be aggressive with this, especially if he goes for a Warp Prism very quickly after the first Immortal to go for a drop. But you can see that Trap, he's fanning out his units, throwing down scouting pylons, or spotter pylons. Trying to be safe. Does take control of the Xel'Naga. Moving out. Okay, Prism is on the way. This will allow Trap to be aggressive, at least somewhat. Bjorn does rotate around. There's the fast bait. Double gas before the third. So again, just really safe play from Trap. Because of this, Bjorn is going to be taking an economic lead, as Trap is heavily delaying his third. And Bjorn confirms. He does avoid the main army, gets across the map, gets eyes on the lack of expansion. Meanwhile, Trap, he can try to dive into the main. There is a Viking, but the army is spotted. Oh! Trap elevatoring in. Does drop into the main base, tank in position. First add-on goes down. It's a reactor, gets the Sec Lab, just barely as well. This one takes a lot of damage. Did Trap scout the CC? He did. Okay. Did spot the CC, is aware that it's done, and now Trap expands. This was some nice damage, but I'm sure he was hoping for a little bit more. But he's still active. Still active. Do you have extendable lance on the way? Trap is building up. So is Bjorn. And really the goal here, the hope for Trap is to delay the third. He needs to delay this third CC for as long as he can. Does have an observer position, and should get eyes on the CC floating over. Is aware his army does respond. And can he get some damage done here? Reapers get 3 probe kills. Likewise, Trap does hit the third base. 2 SCVs, not bad. Gets 2 SCVs, will delay the expansion. Very necessary damage. Oh, he wants a tank. And can he get it? Oh, he can. 1 tank goes down, not bad. Gets a tank, delays the expansion. Here come reinforcements. Colossus has arrived. Nice catch of the Marines. Marines are getting picked off as well. And again, Trap doesn't have to kill, he just has to delay. Just delay the third base for as long as possible. Trap double expanding. Going for his 4th. Saturating his 3rd. So far, so good. Up. Trap catching a couple of Marines, does take some tank shots to the face, has to calm down. Cannot push into this. And cannot push in, meanwhile Biani goes for the dive, but I don't think he can quite break this. Now with the help of the Prism, with the 2 Colossus as well, Bian takes a bad fight. Trap pushing in, gets another tank. And can he get the final tank as well? He can! Yeah, Trap, he will overwhelm. Takes down all 3 tanks, the Marines, the Marauders, a 3rd TC, and Trap, he can keep pushing. He can keep going. Bian caught with his pants down, being overly aggressive. And Trap breaks through. Busts into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled into 2 Colossus. Not like this. And GG gets called. It becomes too much, and Trap ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, there was a lot of pressure on Trap there. He did fight very nicely outside of the 3rd, or even before that, picking off the tank, picking off a couple of Marines. And Bian did decide to try to fight outside of the 3rd base, chase Trap down. That was a big overextension from Bian. He was punished for it. GG. GG, well played. We are going to game 3. Whew. Let's go. We are going to the ace match. See in chat, latest stim ever. Stim was delayed because of the 3rd TC, if you remember. Not just that, but if you remember as well, before that, the tech lab was sniped by the mortal drop. Did snipe the tech lab and the reactor as well. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify. It is Bian. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. It's a trap. I mean, in a way, it was a trap. True. Where defensively, Trap, he couldn't really push into the 3-tank setup that Bian had, but did lure Bian out into the open, where Bian was picked apart. And once again, Bian moving out with a very fast SCV, setting up for, I was going to say a proxy, but no, never mind. Setting up for, I would imagine, an E-Wave lock at the natural. He's going for the natural base. Probe likewise getting in position. And it looks like Bian, he will get the E-Bay. The engineering bay is thrown down. And unfortunately, Trap, he didn't stick around to scout. And it's going to be a bit of a more delayed response here by Trap. And Trap, he might even be forced to expand at the unnatural location. As that is a lot of progression already on the E-Bay. The boys are being pulled. Zealots in production as well. As the E-Bay almost does complete. And this is already a very nice start for Bian. Oh boy. That's going to be 6 probes off the mineral line, plus a Zealot, plus a delayed expansion. And Bian back at home, he can just chill. Just chill out, going for his own CC on the high ground. So Rax expand opener here by Bian. So we get a nice start. There's a cancel. Now Trap can expand. And as Trap counterattacks with that Zealots, again the CC is safe on the high ground. It is safe and sound. Reaper moves out. Just catching up with the chat. Someone asking, is this a replay? Yes, it is. As you can see on the title, should say replay cast. But the events of this tournament did take place a couple of days ago. I mentioned before that unfortunately it was on Saturday, and we did wake up late. So we weren't able to cast live. So we are here 2 days later. 2 days later, going over the events of the KSL. We're catching up. Catching up with the KSL. So far, Trappy does get across the map, does pick away at the wall at least. Doesn't get much done. But Trap going to be reinforcing. Again, his goal here is to just delay the expansion. Maybe catch out the Marines. Does want them. Mind Shield goes up. Takes down the Zealots. So far, Beyond holding well. Does shuffle back the Widow Mines. Takes down one of the Adepts. The other does shade in. And with that, Trappy gets a full scout of the main. Gets eyes on the 1-1-1 setup. Is aware of the would-be Widow Mine drops. Is aware of the drop play. For the first time this series, Trap going for a Twilight Council opener, working towards Blink. And it's going to be a 2-gate Blink setup here. Into a third. So very economic builds here by Trap. I mean, I should say economic follow-up considering the more delayed natural base. But Trap isn't being aggressive. Just a 2-gate Blink. Meanwhile, the Mind Drop working towards the main. Trap in position. He's ready for it. Nice pickup. Young gets a probe. Mind Drop towards the main. Oh my god. Doesn't get much done. Gets 2 probes. 2 probes go down. Trap, he keeps up. The game will calm down. All in all, Beyond, he is aware of the faster third base that Trap is going for, so it's going to be on Beyond to try to punish that. Now just chilling back at home, waiting for his own stim. Stim is on the way. Trap moving out, does spot the army with the Observer. Link is done. He's going for the dive. Oh! Once the first tank, he will get it. Tank goes down. Stalkers do get out of there. Not a single Stalker died. Oh my god, that was crazy. All the Stalkers did survive. Very impressive. And Trap, he will threaten to dive into the main. Does go for it. Going for Stim. Yeah, Stim is exposed. It's going to be denied as well. Massive pickoff. And the Stalkers, they barely blink out of the main as well. Very nice control out of Trap. Oh my god, calm down. Blinks out of there. Barely. And without Stim, Beyond is stuck at home. Beyond is going to be trapped back at home. Now going for his third CC. A much later third expansion for Beyond. And Trap, he can chill. He can chill out, saturating his third base. Bay is on the way for Colossus. Trap should be secure. At least for now. Beyond doing what he can, gets 2 probes. Picks off 2 workers, keeps the Stalkers pinned back at home. Beyond going for more drop play. Makes sense. Initially catching the Observer. Observer goes down. Chappy did spot the timing of the third CC. It's being active. Trap here will miss the double drop though. Does miss a drop. There are some units at home to defend. Trap getting a 4th. Does have a shield battery. Stalkers race back home as well. Trap should be okay. As Beyond finally breaks out and expands. He's getting his 3rd, as Trap gets his 4th. Trap has quite a comfortable economic lead here. First Colossus on the way. And from here we should be able to settle it. And I say should just because Beyond is still active with the drops. So he can still try to pull Trap apart and get into the economy. Does scan ahead of time, does spot the army. Double drop in towards the 3rd. Cannons in position at the same time. Beyond does hit the 4th. And the 4th is going to be denied. Going for the Nexus, doesn't get it though. Okay, Trap, he holds on. Saves the mineral line, saves the base as well. Beyond need to get a couple of hits in, but doesn't get the base. Doesn't get the Nexus. Oh my god, bleeding out the Medivacs. Medivac goes down. Beyond getting forced back. And Trap, he's holding. Holding quite nicely, building a more Colossus. 2 Colossus so far. Trap is getting ready for his own push. He's going to be moving out, getting into disruptors behind this. Dark Shrine on the way as well. No second robo yet. As the Raven is going to be distracting. Getting 3 probes. The main army is spotted. A bit of a missed rally here by Beyond. Sending out his SCVs. I'm not so sure Trap wants to push into this though. He's going to commit. The Vikings have right. Massive tank blows going off. Trap, he has to back off here. Does take a lot of tank shots to the face. Doesn't lose his Colossus though. Does keep them alive. Pulling away, getting another expansion, getting a 5th. Still no additional gases though, just now getting a gas geyser at his 4th. And with that he can now afford an extra robo. Second robo is on the way. What I will say is that these gases were delayed because of how aggressive Trap was being, and it didn't really lead to anything. But he's getting there. Both armies are maxing out. Shadow Stride on the way, let's go. Getting into Blink DTs. Main army is spotted. Pre-splitting. And again, I don't really see a Trap pushing in yet. Not now. Nobody's got all these bases on the way. Getting his 5th. Throwing down cannons, throwing down shield batteries. Building up more disruptors. Warp Prism does sneak into the main. Warpin will barely finish. I mean, the Prism is so close to going down. Does fall. SCVs are going down. But Beyond's being quite patient. Doesn't pull the trigger, just defends back at home. +2 is going to be denied. Nice pickup. Trap doesn't commit. Orbiting more DTs. At this point, both armies are maxed. Trap isn't taking yet. No Sky Toss. Pushing in forward, massive EMPs. Oh my god. EMPs, they cover everything. Trap, he can't fight this, not head on. Has to back off. DTs, they do hit the third. Not bad, getting a tank. Tank goes down, Marines as well. Taking down the turrets. Laying siege upon the mineral line. A lot of SCVs falling as well. The DTs, they're popping off. 13 SCVs. 17 even. Oh my god. 17 SCVs go down. Not a bad start. And Trap, he wants to trade. Disruptors, they lead the charge. Trap pulling away once again. Is building up a bank. But still no fleet beacon. Oh, there it is. I was like, where is it? Stargate's on the way. That should be for Skytos. It will take a while to get into that, though. Oh, first Colossus is going to be going down. Oh! Barely gets caught out. Some rough movement from Trap. Beyond sharking around, he spots the main army. Coming in from a flank. Colossus is exposed. Goes going off decent connections. Another Colossus goes down. No Colossus left. Yeah, rough fight for Trap. Leading out a lot of units. Vikings are somewhat dead supply. That'll help against, I mean, any kind of Skytos transition. Backup Colossus on the way. They zone the army away, getting a ghost. God, that's a lot of DTs. Trap is going on a counterattack, but once again he's relying quite heavily here on Mass Disruptor. Ooh, the Impies are brutal. He's going off these connections. The surround with the DTs. Ah, not bad. Collapses on the main army. Another flank coming in. Ooh, going for the disruptors, and Trappy overextends. So many disruptors going down, and Trappy gets surrounded. Goes, they come in for a flank, they take down all the stalkers. Vikings, they land, and the final disruptors, they get picked up. 0 disruptors left. Losses on the way, and those are brutal losses for Trap. Does reinforce the stalker, but that's when Marauders come into play. Just mass Marauder. He sims in. He sims. And he wins. He takes down the final Colossus. Just a brutal fight for Trap. He lost so many disruptors earlier. That was how many? That was 7 disruptors going down. Zealous said we'll be able to buy some time. Young getting forced back. But Trap, his Robo army was completely reset. He's down to 2 Colossus. At least there are no more Vikings. True. But we need disruptors. We need disruptors desperately. Without them, there's nothing to stop Beyond from just stimming on in. We need those Novas. Okay, disruptor production has begun. But there's a window. There's a window here where Trap has no disruptors. And he is vulnerable. Trap setting up a counterattack. Honestly, in this kind of game state, this is where we would have needed a 3rd robo. Like a 3rd, maybe even a 4th robo here to rebuild. As Trap has bases, but yeah, Beyond just sims in. Oh, plenty of Zealots though. Overcharge as well. Trap, he holds. Is holding on, building up more disruptors. Beyond, when it comes to his army, he's taking into Liberator production. He's taking to the skies. At the same time, double expanding. Getting top left and bottom left. And right now, there's a lot of pressure on Trap. Even though the supplies are similar, a lot of the supply for Trap is in Zealot. It's just mainly a Zealot-based army. He needs to rebuild that disruptor count. So we've built Planetary. We'll get it. Oh! Never mind. The Planetary survived. The repairs are crazy. The repairs pop up. Zealots go down. Ay, ay, ay. The CC survives. And Beyond working towards his Liberators. Meanwhile, the Disruptor count now up to 7. Not bad. Up to 8. Back up to 8 Disruptors. Mortal production has begun. Okay, Trap has been able to recover. He has a comparable army now to Beyond. Liberators will complicate things. I mean, usually a heavy Liberator count will force a transition into Sky Toss. Oh my god. As Gunny goes for a split push. DC's to defend, but there's a scan. Beyond is going for the northern base. And Trappy gives up on it, pulls the boys away. And 10 probe kills, and the Nexus is under fire. You know, Beyond is hunting for the main army. And we'll find some stray immortals. It's going to be one that's going to be 2 immortal kills, and Trappy's going for the base trade. He knows he cannot fight the main army. Goes across the map, takes down a planetary. And the base trade has begun. Let's go! But Beyond is in almost every single base already. And next side going down left and right. That's going to be 3 bases falling. Trap pushing in towards the main. But there's freedom, there's liberation. Liberation zone setting up. Beyond racing back home. Doesn't commit. Takes Nova to the face. Yeah, Beyond, he's setting up first around. Trying to catch the main army. There's a little disruptors. Yeah, he sims in. Oh my god! Takes a couple Novas to the face, but he doesn't care. He sims on forward, takes down the disruptors. Liberator siege up. And Trap, he just could never fight this head on. Not like this. Ay, ay, ay. Out in the open. Now only Stalkers left. And GG gets called. Beyond will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, a bit of a more passive start to the game. I mean, it was a little bit back and forth when it came to getting into our third base setup, and especially in the later game when both players maxed out. But Trap did take a really rough fight where he lost his first wave of disruptors. From there, I was very impressed that he was able to recover. I thought he was dead then and there, but he was able to rebuild his disruptor count, but alas, was never able to fight head on, not quite against that kind of Ghost and Liberator heavy army. It's what Beyond was more hoping for, and Trap, he did just come into a base trade in the end. It was maybe his best chance of taking that game. Alas, Beyond was a little bit too far ahead, especially when it came to the base trade as well. He was able to kill 3 bases in the time it took for Trap to push into the natural, and yeah, Trap just a little bit too far behind there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Beyond will advance on to the semifinals, and we have our 4th semifinalists. We have our upper semis, which is going to be Zan versus Cure. We have our lower semis, which is going to be Beyond versus Dark. I mentioned before that Dark was facing off against Creator. Unfortunately, we don't have that match to cover, so that did happen off stream. And it's really cool to see that Creator is back. I believe Creator, he spent like a week in France, I want to say. Creator, who was posting on Instagram, he was traveling abroad. He was heading over and enjoying some time off, especially during the off season, but looks like now he's back. Looks like Creator, he is back, he has returned, but did go down to Dark, as he's back from vacation. And here we go. From here, we are going to be slowing things down, and we're going to be going on a short break. We're ready for the semifinals. We're going to be going on a short 5-minute break. Take this time to get some water, get some snacks, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and tuck in your Tempest. When we return, we will have both semis and the grand finals of the KSL. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Korean StarCraft League, the KSL week number 62. We are back with those semifinals. We have our top 4 players. We have Cure, we have Xian, we have Byun, and we have Dark as well. As we have some Zerg representation. We weren't able to cast any Zerg matches in the quarterfinals at least, but we will have them for the semis. Oh boy, we'll get there, For now though, first up, we have another TVP. Oh my god, 3 TVPs in a row. Let's go. And we were praising Xian earlier for his PvP. Again, Xian, his best matchup straight up is Protoss versus Protoss. I don't think there's a single Korean player out there that has not fallen at the hands of Xian over the past month, whether it's Nightmare, Hero, Classic, or Trap. They've all felt the wrath of Xian in that PvP matchup. But what about his other matchups? We haven't been able to catch his Protoss versus Zerg. We were able to cover him against Stark, against Young Yakov, against Wayne, against Shin in weeks past. But his Protoss versus Terran, I'm a little bit less certain of. What I will say is that Xian's PvZ definitely he's still working on it. Definitely still working on that matchup. Likewise, I'm sure still working on PvT as well. We'll see how he fares against Cure. We shall see. For a very, very long time, for many years, Cure was renowned for having the best PvT in the world, especially in the lead up or in the COVID era of StarCraft leading into 2020, 2021, 2022 as well. Cure was the one to really look for and kind of lead the charge in PvT. Nowadays, Clem has kind of taken that mantle, but you know, both Clem and Cure, they're teammates. They do practice quite often together. They do improve together as well. And they do bounce ideas off each other, and that has still led to the improvement of Cure. Still though, he's kind of like in the shadow of a lot of Korean Terran players. Like, I feel like when people look at Korean Terrans, they think of Maru, they think of Byun, despite the fact that Cure is definitely up there among them. We'll see how these two compare. We'll see how they face off. Game 1 is going to be on Post-Youth. Oh my god. For the first time tonight. Let's go. For the first time, loading into Post-Youth and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran. Oh my god. The Blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Protoss from South Korea. It is Xian. He is the latest player to come back from the military. I mean, we've had quite a lot of returning players, like Trap a couple months ago, Rogue as well, Xian most recently. It's great to see him come back and return. And as we dive into this, a big shout out to Xian, or Cyan. Papi, fala galera, papi, fala galera. Obrigado, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time, hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great cast or ladder session. Welcome everyone, welcome. Welcome to the KSL, to the Korean StarCraft League. If you want to help support the KSL, you can do so via the command in the chat, !KSL, and you will get a link to the Patreon, where you can help support and fund the Korean scene. Again, it is up to you. It is also where you can gain benefits like replay packs if you wish as well. It's all set up there via Patreon. So if you do wish, you can help support us through the Patreon. Otherwise, just watching is enough. Is enough, papi. As we're settling in. For now, Economic Opener out of Cure going for a Rax Expand. Meanwhile, Xian going for a Gate, a Cyber Expand back at home. So standard openers all around. Standard opener out of Xian, Economic Opener out of Cure. Este niño. Oh, Eximius. Oh my god. Greetings, Commander. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, Raiden? ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Good to see you. But hope you guys had a great time. As we will be settling in. Of course, Cyan recently being much more active as of late when it comes to commentating and casting in Brazilian and Portuguese. Thank you for the support, fellow caster. Thank you, thank you. As Cure is settling in, so is Xian. Oh, Xian opting to go for a Stargate opener. Okay, do love to see it. Not necessarily something you see too often. We did have a single Stargate opener previously by Trap, if you recall. Not by Classic. From here, we can embrace Phoenixes, gain map control, harass, of course, and get into a mid-game setup. Otherwise, Xian could open up Oracle. Meanwhile, first Reaper does dive into the mineral line, into the natural. Hoping to scout the tech. Cure getting to his 1-1-1. And we'll back off. Does rotate around, has yet to really get eyes on the main. Oh, tries to poke in. Is deflected. Is going to be a Phoenix opener, not Oracle. Xian is settling in. Meanwhile, Cure with his 1-1-1 going for a Widowmine drop. I'm curious if he moves out with the Marines as well. Do you know that Byun and Maru were playing around with a variation of Mine Drop where they move out with mainly Marine with one Widowmine and focus on probe kills. But it looks like Cure is embracing additional Widowmine production. And getting into 2. Phoenix dives into... Oh, doesn't quite commit.
Base is under attack.
Reaper poking in. Spots a Phoenix. Cure is aware. Getting in position. Widowmines are spotted. Xian should be aware of their location. Shouldn't dive in. Cure repositioning. Uh-oh. Does get into the mineral line. And Xian has to be very careful. Meanwhile, Cure committing and going into Cloak Banshee. Oh my god. Cloak Banshee's on the way. Research and Tech Lab is spotted. Xian knows. Does spot the research. Behind this, going into a fast third Nexus. Before extra tech. Reaper gets found. And I'm curious to see how Cure is able to make use of these Banshees. I mean, usually tank Banshee pushes can work very nicely and very well, especially against like Blink-based openers. Against Phoenixes, I'm not too certain how that dynamic plays out. I mean, there is no detection, true. There is plenty of anti-air. As the Banshees are backing up, waiting for the second Banshee. Zan rotating around. Remember, he did scout the research and tech lab, so he's aware that Banshees are definitely a potential. There's potential for Banshees. He's looking. Jesus, fanning out all of his Phoenixes. Looking everywhere. Won't find them yet. Yep, Oracle as well. That should be for the Revelation. So Zaun has read this correctly, but alas, Cure has yet to pull the trigger. There we go, and just now moving out with his Banshees. Okay, this was a big commitment for Cure. We'll see if it pays off. Phoenix is moving out. First Revelation is spent on the main army. A little bit concerning. As Banshees are making their way towards the mineral line. Cannon is in position. Let's go. Down, he has a cannon at the third and the natural. For the Banshees, they can still one-shot. Banshees taking a lot of damage. Means they come back home. They take down one. They take down, almost a second. Almost. 5 probe kills. It's okay for one Banshee. Meanwhile, the main army does push in towards the right-hand side. I'll pick up here by Cure. Very nicely done. Saves the Cyclone. Banshee goes down. And that was not the best trade for Cure. That's 2 Cloak Banshees for 6 probes. Not the best trade. Stage trap pops off. Cure trying to engage. Not a bad trade. It picks off a lot of Zealots. Getting his third base on location. Cure still maintains most of his ground army. It's a lot of Marines. Reinforcing with the middle mines. And he's pushing. He's taking a lot of hits. Overcharge is going to be ready. Okay, overcharge is popped. But Downey just can't dive. He doesn't have enough Zealots. Yeah, Curie's overwhelming. Picks off the Zealots one after the other. Overcharge is about to run out. And Curie, he can just stim in. Means they do lift at least some of the Marauders. The mine shots are going off. It looks like the ground average becomes a little bit too much. And Cure, he's broken the third. Oh, the friendly fire. I appreciate the friendly fire, but GG gets called, and a Cure, he will break through and take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, the Banshees, they didn't really get much damage, but they did distract while Cure moved out across the map, and he just committed. He just kept rallying across, eventually broke the third. Unfortunately, Zaun just needed a little bit more time. If you recall, Zaun, he was throwing down, I want to say it was 4 gateways. Like, he had 3 to 4 extra gateways on the way for extra Zealot warp-ins. If he was able to get there and able to get those warp-ins, then maybe he holds on. Maybe he saves the third base and we progress from there. But alas, he was overwhelmed, and GG. GG, well played. Cure does take it. On top of that, I should also emphasize as well that despite the Phoenix opener, we didn't really get much economic damage. Sure, I should say Zaun was able to shut down the Banshees, but he wasn't able to do much more than that. And you could argue that that was worth it for Cure. That was enough. And now we're getting into game number 2. It's going to be on Site Delta. A much larger map this time. I wouldn't be opposed to Stargate play here, but 2 games in a row, I'm less certain of that. We'll see. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, representing himself, currently teamless, down in the series, receiving a bounce back. It is Zaun. Why didn't Zaun ban post-youth? Is he a masochist? Maybe, maybe. Yo, the military sometimes, it does things to a person. Oh no. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised as well. I mean, I mentioned at the start of the series, I mean, that was our first time casting Post-Truth tonight. Post-Truth is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, especially considering this is a best of 3, right? You have plenty of vetoes available, so for Zound to have let Post-Truth in, I mean, I was curious to see what he had in store for us, but he didn't really get into his game. Didn't get to embrace the mid game. He was kind of cut down before he could get into his proper 3-base saturation, so unfortunately we didn't quite see what Zound had in store for us in game 1. Meanwhile, here in game 2, Curie sneaks out and we have an eBay block. He's going for the engineering bay here at the natural. Zound, he will move down to the low ground, but quite late actually, which means, is he forced to expand elsewhere? Potentially. Probe moves down and the eBay is almost done. So a very strong start for Cure, and Zound, yep, he's going for the unnatural natural. So thankfully this isn't the previous patch. Back when it came to the older Cyclone, Terran players would very often force this kind of situation and then just kill the Protoss with like a Cyclone push. Back when Cyclones were all the craze. Now that is not quite the case. Now Zound, he has potential to defend, but it's still going to be an awkward defense for Zound as the SCV does confirm the location of the expansion. Basically, Cure, he can invest into Reaper Hellion or Reaper Cyclone, and he can try to poke in and threaten either the main base or the natural or both, and try to pull Zound apart. Yeah, Zound responds with the Stargate. So, Stargate responses are very common just because, as you can imagine, it takes less time to traverse via air than by ground. So with your Phoenixes and with your Oracles, you can try to pull off a defense here and keep up with the rotations of the Terran. And more so than Stalkers. And it is going to be reactor to Hellion production. So Hellions are amassing. Remember, it takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. And if these Hellions get into the mineral line, it can be disastrous. 2 Hellions so far. 2 more on the way. Interestingly enough, Cure, he's not making any Reapers. He is going for a second Rax, though. Interesting. I'm curious if Cure is going to go for a third Rax before Starport. That could be indicative of a 2-base all-in. We'll see. Oh, yep, there it is. that's a third Rax. Yeah, third Rax before Starport. Cure being hyper-aggressive this time. Delaying his medevacs, delaying Starport production in favor of Mass Marine. And Stim. Meanwhile, Hellions, they dive into the natural. Not getting too much. 2 probes go down. I mean, there wasn't much to kill. 3 probe kills so far. Headed towards the main. Nice in city here by Zound. He will defend. Shuts down the Hellions. 4 Hellions for 4 probes. That was not the best trade for Cure, but he does at least scout and confirm the Stargate. Now it's time for Zound to counterattack. Zound is moving up, but remember, the Hellions that were merely phase 1 of Cure's build. Phase 2 is Stim. Like, again, a very brutal Sim timing. This can also coincide with pulling the boys. We could just pull the boys with this and just commit to just straight up 2-base all-in. We'll see how hard Cure commits. As the Raxes are scouted, I believe Zound saw, yeah, he saw 3. He's fully aware. He's aware of what's going on, but knowing is half the battle. Backup pylons on the way. The initial army is scouted. Now Cure, he's still just vying for map control. Stim is still only halfway done, so he has to wait a little bit longer here before he can pull the trigger. And remember, every Stim counts because there are no medevacs. There's no healing support here for the Marines. So Cure, he has to pick and choose wisely when he stims. As he's moving out across the map. A very beyond move. Basically, Cure, by the time Stim finishes, he's going to be knocking down the 3rd base. Or the natural. Where's he headed? Dipping between Stim isn't quite done yet. Cure pushing in a little bit too soon. Yeah, no Stim. Marines force the fight. How they pick off an Adept. They get one so far. Sim finishing up in 5 seconds. Phoenix, they engage. They take down the first Cyclone. Yeah, and this wasn't anti-timing. Yeah, the Marines are cleaned up all as Sim finishes. Yeah, just a little bit too early. Aye, aye, aye. And Zan holds. Zan, he holds. Kier, he got too excited. Got too excited. Not like this. And Zan from here, he can take a third. Taking his third base, saturating his natural, building up. And Kier, he has to work on his next step from here. He's working on combat shields, medevac production. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a third CC. Speaking of, yeah, there it is. The third CC is now on the way. I mean, Kier still at least has map control, but his initial build was lackluster. Sound is moving out. Hoping to catch any drop play or any move outs. He will. Forces the unload. Colossus production has begun. Phoenix Colossus here by Zound. There's still a lot of bio. You're going to be pushing. Now, with the Hubble 1 Colossus, Zowny should be able to hold on. As long as he has a shield battery. Speaking of, there's that shield battery at the third. And one on the way at the natural. You're rotating around. Now, second Colossus has arrived. And Zowny can hold his own. Forces out a stim. And Kira has to retreat. Whew. Okay. We have a game. We have a back and forth. Zound, he holds, gets his third. Cure backs off, getting his own third as well. He's getting it saturated. Viking production has begun. Gross Academy's on the way. Cure's building up. So is Zound, just now getting into his third Colossus, building up more chargelets. Gateway explosions on the way. That's going to be 7 extra gateways here for Zound. That's a lot of gates. We'll see if Zound can keep up. I'm also curious to see if Zound is going to go into Disruptor production as we've seen previously here tonight by other Protoss players in PvT, or work towards Storm. Like, what's going to be the extra splash damage here for Zound? Let's have those 3 Colossus. Templar Archives on the way. Leaning towards Storm. No Disruptors yet. Also, that Scream. Jesus. That one, sell it. Aye, aye, aye. Archons are on the way. No Storm yet. Meanwhile, Curious pushing out, does have the supply lead. He's got his Ghost ready. He's got his EMPs. It's going to be 4 Ghosts. Speaking of Sims, in gets the EMP on the Phoenixes. The Phoenixes, they take a lot of hits. Ground Army is able to hold its own, though. Here's down, he holds, he pushes back the army. Gets a Ghost. Just one. Oh, almost gets the others. I'll pick up here from Cure. And reinforcements have arrived, and where are those zealots? Zound and Military Destroyer should be pushing here. Okay. War Prism comes in. Does have reinforcements. I mean, there is a lot of power behind those 3 Colossus, but the EMP does connect. A massive EMP on the Colossus. Here is being patient, banking up. Building up more Marines, more Marauders. Mine Shell goes off. Zound pushing forward. Gets a Ghost. Okay, within range of the mineral line. The extra Vikings have arrived. Waiting to see if Kira can collapse in. Playing it safe. A lot of SCVs are going down. Colossus is getting low though. And Zhao backs off. Backs off, doesn't lose any Colossus. Disruptive production has begun. He gets 13 SCVs. And he gets out. I was really concerned that that Kira was going to be able to come in and surround the army. But Zhao pulls away in time. Doesn't overextend. Same time, Zella dropping to the natural. Prism will fall. Zhao is working towards disruptors, but just now getting a second robo. Again, Zhao, he made the choice to go into a Templar Archives before the second robo, and not so sure it was quite worth it. He has an Archon. More disruptors on the way. But Kira still maintains an army supply lead. And the worker count is neck and neck. It's the army that I'm concerned by. Kira did preserve most of his ghosts. He's now to 8 ghosts. That's a lot of EMPs. EMPs can be brutal. Speaking of, never goes off. Up! Good connection. Gets a ghost. Takes down a massive chunk of Marines as well. Very nice connections so far. One disruptor falls. Kira unable to push in. Overcharge gets popped. And Kira instead he just goes for the third expansion. There's the recall. But Kira, he wants to fight. Yeah, he steps on forward, takes out the Stalkers. Vikings going ham. The Novas, they do not connect. They barely don't. GG gets called. Kira takes down the main army, takes the fight, and Kira will take the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. I mean, Zhao, he was holding his own, and we saw that he was set up at his 4th base, but not the 3rd. He was caught in between his bases. Kira, he just rotated over, and that was a brutal recall. That just meant that the Stalkers were kind of out of position. They weren't there to protect the Colossus, especially from the Vikings. Vikings, they shut down every single Colossus, and the Disruptors, they didn't quite find the connections they were hoping for. GG. GG, well played. Kira, he outpositions Zhao, and Kira takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Kira, he will advance on to the grand finals, but the question becomes who will face off against Kira in those finals. As we have our lower semis, it's going to be a TVZ between Byun and Dark. Let's go. I haven't casted a single Zerg player all day. But finally, we have a Zerg Dark. He's going to be stepping up, going up against Byun. We often do see these two face off in the finals of ESL Open Cup Americas or in KSL as well, but here they don't have a best of 5, they have a best of 3 instead. They'll be facing off in that best of 3. And we'll see who is able to come out on top here. And face off against Kira. As a reminder, Kira is in those grand finals. Shout out to Zhao. Again, Zhao, he was able to pop off in those PvPs. But here against Kira, he was, yeah, just unable to really keep up. I did have some good moments, though. We'll say that. That's some strong moments against Kira. But did fall in the end. And now we have our Zerg versus Terran. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. And I'm a little bit concerned that Dark has been spending too much time with Shin, because what the hell are we doing on Dynasty? Dynasty is one of the most viewed maps in the map pool. We very rarely see it. There are some exceptions to the rule. What I'm referring to is Shin. Shin is a madman. He's one of the few players that almost never vetoes Dynasty in best of 3s, let alone best of 5s. Shin is an animal, but there's a good reason for it. Shin, he often all-ins. He often has some very quirky builds and often does all-in on Dynasty. We've seen Shin defeat Clem multiple times as of late on Dynasty as well, with some Roach all-ins, with even some delayed Roach aggression as well, just trying to mind game and fake Clem out. Shin has been an animal on Dynasty. And I wonder, I mean, Dark is similar to Shin in that sense. Dark is also very aggressive Zerg player, and he's going gasless. Bold move. Bold move here by Dark. A gasless build. No gases in the main base. He's going for... no. It's okay, Dave. It's okay. He's going for a hatch pull into hatchery. Oh, but where is he expanding? Okay, the drone was on a bit of a mission here. Going bottom right into top left, but we are taking the triangular third base instead. Shout out to Inu casting in Korean, of course. Other English casters as well. But yeah, when it comes to this gasless style by Dark, what I will say is that this is often done on larger maps. Dark, he's very fond of going for this opener on Golden Aura, for example, sometimes on Alkione, sometimes on Post Youth as well. Here on Dynasty, this does feel quite risky. Specifically, this third base. This third base is very exposed, it's very wide open. The Reaper will scout, will confirm. Byun is now aware. He's now aware of the build. I mean, the expansion well underway. And Byun, his response here, or I should say his initial build even before scouting, 2-1-1. It's going to be a 2-on-1 out of Byun. Byun is very fond of 2-on-1s on this map. On Dynasty, we see him time and time again go 2-on-1 on this map against Shin. And it's very hit and miss, especially considering very often Zerg players, they go for Roach play on this map. Speaking of Roaches, there it is. Roach Warren for Dark. Now, the reason why Roaches, or Roach aggression and Roach compositions are so common on Dynasty is because of the gold. As you can imagine, this gold base, it can't really be punished without range-based units. This is why the Zerg player cannot take the gold base early on against Protoss or against Terran, because Reapers, Hellions, Cyclones, Marines, Adepts, Stalkers, you name it, they can all punish the mineral line. Ling Bane cannot. So Terran players, they're free to expand here, but that's also why Roach Ravager is crucial on this map to have something to deny mining. Something to punish. So we do have a handful of Roaches on the way. Dark joining up. The Roaches are revealed. Byun is aware. Now, the downside to Roach play is Roaches are quite immobile, as you can imagine. And that's where the power of 2-on-1 comes in. A 2-on-1 is very mobile. It's 16 Marines, 2 Medivacs and Stim. Does mean that Byun, he can bounce between the bases, the third, the main, the natural. He can deny creep. He can be very active soon, momentarily. There's the add-on swap into Medivacs. Meanwhile, the first 2 Roaches have arrived. They deny mining at the gold. Again, this is the purpose of going Roach, is to deny mining. And Byun is going to be stuck on a 1-base economy for at least a couple more seconds. That's Byun. He will find the Roaches. And it looks like he will take down one of the Roaches, take down the Ravager as well. He's waiting for it. He wants it. Up. And Dark, can he get away? No shot. Oh my god. The control, Dark. With 2 there we go. Stim does kick in. 1 Ravager goes down. And Byun, he will get the 2nd Ravager as well. Did cost him a stim, but he didn't lose any Marines. Ooh, he actually stimmed his entire army. That was a lot of damage. And in the end, 4 Marines went down. But that was 2 Ravagers for Dark. That was an expensive trade, an expensive loss for the Zerg player. And now Byun can be active. Now Byun has map control. Dark has to pull back, build up. Roaches are amassing, Queens are on the way. Dark, he has 3 Roaches and 3 Lings. And remember, there is no Ling speed. And we'll see if we can keep up with Byun. Gets an Overlord. Stimming to the 3rd. Only a handful of Roaches. Oh, this is looking bleak here for Dark. As he cannot hold on. He cannot fight this. Not with this small of an army. Byun stims in. Takes down a Queen. Gets a Roach. Doesn't get too many drones though, but drops into the main. And Dark having a hard time rotating. Doesn't quite lose the Overlord. He's holding on, going for the medevac. Medevac goes down. And Dark holds. Dark, he does hold. It was a very close hold though, is what I will say. Very, very clutch, very close. Dark does hold, getting a 4th, getting into double Evo chambers, into double upgrades for +1 range. And he's embracing Roach play. He's getting into his Roaches. As he defends, he's going for a Roach Ravager counterattack to hit that goal base. Trying to keep up. Gascaster goes down, 3 drones as well. Not just the drones, but the queens as well. And Bjorn getting a lot of value. Gets a couple of queens, gets into the mineral line, gets another 3-4 drones, and potentially another queen. He wants it! He wants the queen! Oh, won't quite get it though. Stark holds. Did lose quite a bit though. Still trying to drone up. Interesting. Now, what I was going to say is that Terran players, they do become quite vulnerable when they try to take that center expansion, and we have seen players like Shin, and even Dark as well at times, snowball out of control by going for a Roach Ravager all-in, but that is not the case here, as Dark is taking up into an Infestation Pit and a Hydra Den. So he's taking towards Lurkers. Making his way towards Lurkers instead. Double drop towards the north. Towards the gold. And Bjorn will deny. Hive is in production for Dark. Trying to keep up. So far we'll zone away the drops, but again there's no anti-air, so there's nothing to really stop Bjorn. He can just keep going. Steaming towards the main. Oh my god, the piles do connect! Medevac goes down, very nicely done here by Dark. Snipes the Medevac with piles, that should not be happening. But here comes the main push from Bjorn. He's got 4 tanks, a massive amount of Marines and Marauders. Dark's Shroud army is looking quite small actually. He's got, what, 6 Ravagers, 12 Roaches, a handful of Hydras. Dark has been droning. And he's not ready for this. The Ravagers are exposed! He gets 1, he gets 2! 2 Ravagers go down. The base is going to be denied, there's no saving it. Yeah, hatchery is cancelled. Dark is pinned against the wall. Trying to hold on. Bjorn getting his 4th. Dark setting up a surround, or at least a concave. We'll take down one of the tanks. Oh, but so many tank shots going off. Yeah, the Roaches, they melt. They melt before the tank line. Double drop into the main, or single drop into the main. Trying to pick up some queens. Hatchery under fire. Does survive a little bit longer. Yanni wants it. Doesn't quite get it. 2 Marauders and a Dream. He will get it. Hatchery goes down. Dark is knocked down to 3 bases. 3 bases left. Again, Dark getting caught as he was trying to transition to Hydra. He can at least clean up the tanks. Tanks are left alone. Left exposed. 4 tanks go down. Not bad. But the Bio Army is what I'm concerned by. Dark embracing Roach Hydra. Lurker Den just now on the way. He doesn't really have the economy to sustain Lurker production, not yet. Dark is double expanding. Desperately needs to. But can he survive? Can he buy time? Triple expanding even. Getting 3 bases. Can he buy time and get into Lurker tech? As Bjorn is pushing. Rotating towards the south. Pushing towards the third. Dark trying to keep up. +3 range on the way. Well, the hatchery is cancelled. Hatchery is denied. Putting on more creep. Yanni spots on all the expansions. And where does he go? Where we headed? Bottom right. Or even right down the middle. Oh my god. This I'm less certain by. This I'm less certain of. To be honest, pushing in. Vipers have arrived. Snipes going up. Ooh, going for Hydras. We get one blinding cloud. We get a second blinding cloud as well. The tanks, only one of them can actually fire. But the blinding clouds are running out. Massive tank shots going off. And Beyond can keep pushing. Yeah, he's broken the back of Dark. The Roaches go down. The Lynx as well. Dark, he's got one lunker. The one lurker. He's holding. He's trying to. But again, he's pinned against the wall. Beyond's just rallying across the map at this point. Taking more bases, taking more expansions. Snipes are going up. Ooh, going for the lurker. I don't quite get it. Hydras, they come in from behind. They do snipe both tanks. But Beyond can just kite from here, back up and head towards the northern expansion. Towards the gold. These still efficient trades for the Terran. Sniping more of these Hydras. Gets 10 drones. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and Beyond will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. It was a bold move by Dark to open up Gasless on this map, and I mean, play on Dynasty in general, but alas, we saw that Beyond was able to punish him. As Dark was taking into Hydra Tech, into Hive Tech as well, he was caught out. If you remember, he had, what was it? It was 6 Ravagers, it was 8 Roaches, and a handful of Hydras. And if you remember, when the army pushed towards the gold base, the Ravagers were exposed. And I want to say that most, if not all, Ravagers went down before the fight started, and that snowballed into Beyond getting out of hand there, then and there. Sniping the expansions, sniping the bases, and just getting momentum and never really letting go. GG. GG, well played. Beyond does take a lead. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. As we load into Alcyone. This time, loading into a much smaller, or much more standard map, is what I should say. Something a lot more standard, and I'm curious where our players take us from here. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Alcyone, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Blue Zerg player representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Down in the series. We'll see if he can bring it back here and force the ace match. Again, we have seen Dark embrace Gasless openers on Alcyone before, but after attempting and failing in game 1, I would imagine maybe something more standard this time in game 2. We'll see. We shall see. I mean, regardless of map, Dark, he is a bit of a roach boy. He's very fond of his roach play. That doesn't mean he can't play Ling Bane, not at all. He's actually quite terrifying at it. But does prefer playing with Roach Ravager instead. I mean, it's a very safe way to play as well. Very safe in ZVT. As for now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener. Standard opener out of Dark. This time he's not going to be delaying his gases, which means this time he will have Link speed. Meanwhile, for those that are curious, it has been quite a while since we've seen Beyond embrace 2-Rax Reaper anywhere near as often as he used to. I mean, it's been, I would say, ever since EWC. Like, even the weeks, like, after EWC leading into WTL, Beyond was still embracing 2-Rax Reaper play, but since then it has died off quite a bit. It's something that Beyond embraces maybe once in a best of 5, maybe once in a tournament, but not much more than that anymore. It's kind of fallen off or fallen out of meta. Instead, just standard opener, racks expand into factory. Likewise, back at home, Dark building up his gas, pulling out, and soon going to be embracing Link Speed. Actually, that was really cool. As the Lynx do dance with the Reaper. Basically, Dark, he did prioritize 100 gas, and he actually didn't spend it. Just because he scouted, he confirmed it wasn't 2-Rax Reaper, so he knew that he could just make extra queens, and he delayed Link Speed a little bit further here. So really nice adaptation by Dark. For those that are curious, Link Speed is prioritized if it is 2-Rax Reaper. Do need it as quickly as possible. Because Dark knew that it wasn't, he actually delayed Link Speed intentionally. Instead. Meanwhile, Beyond going 3 CC before Starport. Very economic build here by the Red Terran. Oh, Beyond, he wants a tumor. He wants it! Ooh, he does not get it. Reaper goes down, doesn't get the tumor. Better trade for Dark. Back across the map, there's the Atom Swap, so it's going to be looking to be Banshee play here from Beyond. So 3CC Banshee, very just standard economic play here out of our Terran player. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. He's embracing Hellion Banshee production to harass across the map. Here we go. Likewise, it's going to be on Dark to keep up to minimize losses. So far, spreading out his queens. Oh, Dark going for a very early lair. You have my attention. That was what, a 4:15 lair timing? Extra gases on the way. Now, this could be a couple of different things. With 3 gases, this could be for a Nidus Worm. Could be some Nidus play. Meanwhile, if a 4th gas is taken, this could be 2-base Muta. Those are the 2 things I'm leaning towards. 4th hatchery's on the way. We're now still droning up. Getting into double Evo chamber. Aliens, they dive towards the natural. So far, Dark is keeping up. And this could just be, yeah, initially just Ling Bane play, getting into his upgrades, getting into his Baneling speed. And nothing too crazy. He's macroing, he's droning, he's not going for any kind of crazy all-in. I'm still keeping my eye open for a 4th gas geyser, but yeah, just fast Baneling speed. Getting to Baneling speed, getting to 1-1. And despite seeing Roach Ravager in game 1, now we get to embrace Ling Bane. Ah, let's go. We can embrace Ling Bane. Again, earlier Baneling speed than normal, but outside of that, still just droning. Just droning up, taking extra gases already here as well. Interesting. Oh, this makes more sense. I mean, that is a very fast infestation, so I was curious. I was really curious why were we rushing into a fast lair like this? We have the answer. Fast infestation pit. This looks like Ling Bane into Ultra. This is something that Dark used to do quite often on larger maps. I'm referring to maps like Gresvan, maps like Ancient Cistern. This was, what, like a year ago at this point? 2 years ago? Unfortunately, this is on the current patch, not the new PTR. Otherwise, we could see, like, the Ultras, like, pushing units away, and we could see the new Ultra in all its glory. Alas, not going to happen here. I'm waiting for the Hive. There it is. Hive is on the way. Getting into Burrow, and again, this should be leading into Ultra Tech. So far, Dark is keeping up. Hasn't lost many workers, getting to its 4th base saturation. Elliot Banshee has been poking in, but hasn't really done much outside of clearing off creep. And Darky's more than happy with that. Again, he's rushing into Hive Tech, and the Hive is almost halfway done. It's all coming together. Banshee's forced back home. 4 CC on the way. Bjarne's not going for an 8 racks. He's macroing up. The Overlord actually did scout the 4 CC as well. So Dark is aware. He knows he's safe. He's getting ready. Knocking down those rocks, respreading that creep. Bjarne's getting ready for his own move out. Hive is almost done. There's Adrenal. There's the Ultra Cavern, as we did mention. And can Dark get away with rushing into Ultras for now? Bjarne's pushing towards the 4th. Only 1 tank behind this. Hellbats to support. Does Dark have enough Link Bane? Queens are pushing forward. Darky comes in from behind. And he goes for the surround. It collapses on the Hellbats. The Marines, they do not get away. Oh my god, the splits were not there. Massive bailing connections. And Bjarne gets forced back. He gets shut down. The base is saved. The creep did recede. But Darky survives. And the Ultra Cavern, it's almost done. It's almost done. He's almost there. Darky's almost at his final form. Of course, once it's done, we have to invest into the upgrades, Kindness Plating. Ultra Speed. There we go, Kindness Plating is on the way. First Ultras are on the horizon. Beyond his aggression has already subsided. Dark, he wants the Marines. He wants them. Oh, very nice target firing out of Beyond. Oh my god. Despite that, he still gets cleaned up. And Lings, they go to town. Double drop towards the south. And Beyond is still not fully aware of what's going on. Still has yet to scout. Didn't see the natural. Doesn't know the Hive is already done. Bailings, they're not going to be able to finish up in time. Go, but the Lings, they trade so well regardless. Oh my god. Even without the Bailings. And +2 now kicking in. Dark did have an upgrade lead. And the first wave of Ultras have made it. The Ultras are here. And Dark's maxed. He's already maxed out. He has the 40 army supply lead. And there's not much to him to defend. There's a drop out of the map. Most of the army's towards the top left. And there's almost nothing here towards the 3rd. There are some reinforcements. Oh, the Widowmine shots. Oh. They don't quite go up. Lane Bane crashes into the mineral line. Widowmines get cleaned up. And here come the Ultras as well. And Bjorn out of position. He does race back. Bailings crash in. And again, there's no ghosts. There's no ghost ready for this. There are some Marauders. But the Ultras, they can push in. Yeah, the natural base has been broken. GG gets called, and Darky snowballs out of control with the Ultras and ties up the series. GG. GG, well played. Dark, he does tie things up. Again, very interesting build. It was an early lair. If you recall, I was like, early lair, okay, maybe Mutas, maybe Nidus Worm. No. It was fast Infestation Pit into a fast Hive into Ultras. Oh boy, something that we haven't seen from Dark in quite some time, so again, I wasn't quite expecting it. Neither was Bjorn. He never quite scattered. When you're up against something like an Ultra Rush like this, it is important to be defensive, not to be active on the map, but to turtle up, to wall off, throw down more, or get more tanks, throw down more SimCity, bunkers, depots, and tech towards ghosts, and be more defensive. alas, because Bjorn didn't know that he had to do that, because he didn't know there was a hive, didn't know there were ultras, Bjorn was being active, and he was caught with his pants down. There was nothing for him to defend, and with that, we're going to the ace match. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports, tying up the series, forcing the ace match. It is Dark. Let's go. Now, coming into side Delta, this is a map that I would have said, oh, you know, going Lingbane Ultra could work quite well on side Delta, but after seeing it on game 1, in game 2, I don't see us doing that again in this series. Usually that's something you do once. It's usually not something that you rely upon. Just because now Bjorn is going to be more on notice, he's going to be more active when it comes to scouting. Oh, he's going CC first. Oh my god. CC for Spirit, is that you? CC first out of Bjorn. Very greedy, very risky play here, especially against Dark. Dark is more than willing to go to open up pool first in some of these matchups, or even go for a roach rush as well in ZBT. He's not afraid to do so. So a risky move here out of Bjorn. It's going to pay off, for now at least. Is going to pay off. And Dark back at home, hatch gas pool, standard opener. It is going to be a standard opener. And Bjorn should be able to get away with his greed. At least early on. As we settle in. But again, unlike the previous game, I'm sure Bjorn is going to be a lot more attentive when it comes to scouting the tech of Dark. Scanning and even dropping and moving out with his Banshees. From here, Bjorn just getting to his 1-1 setup. No 2-1-1 this time. And I would imagine Bjorn would go into a third CC from here. We'll see. As the orbital gets across map, confirms that the orbital is already done. Is aware. Behind this is getting into his own third. Interesting, and Bjorn is not going for a third CC. Okay. You have my attention. Bjorn going CC first into a 1-1-1. So a very aggressive follow-up here by Bjorn. Getting into additional Hellions, working towards, I would imagine, Banshee play once again. But we'll see how hard Bjorn commits. If he throws down an Armory and goes for like a Banshee, a Hellbat push. If he throws down a second and a third Rax, it goes for a 2-base all-in. We'll see. Or if he just throws down a third CC and goes for just a delayed economy. There's the add-on swap. Rogue Banshee's on the way. Hellions are amassing. The first 2 Hellions do move out. Dipping in between the bases, getting a tumor. Not a bad start. First tumor goes down, and there it is! One of the options. Armory. It is a Hellbat push. So very committed here by Bjorn. It isn't just a Hellbat push, but it's going to be Stim as well. So Stim Marines, Cloak Banshees, Hellbats, very, very committed here by Bjorn. And Dark is rushing into a lair again. Oh god. Once again, fast lair. This is the same timing as last game, actually. So this was, what, a 4-minute 15 lair timing. Very early by Dark. I am concerned. We'll have a Baneling nest, though. So he will have some Banelings to defend. That is going to be crucial. The Armory is almost done. Throwing down 2 more Raxes alongside a third CC. So this is not an all-in, but still hyper committed here by Bjorn. As the Hellbats, they morph in. And the push is upon us. Dark, how many queens does he have? 7. 7 queens, lings, and no Bailey nest. Hellbat say waddle into the mineral line. Oh, trying to pick up a queen. Lings, they come in to reinforce. And where are the banshees? Oh my god, the boys, calm down. The boys are pulled for a moment. Banshees, they hit the main. The Hellbats, they don't break the third, but drone damage is still being done. It's going to be 4 drone kills so far. A couple of queens do respond. At least they try to. You know, Hellbats, they rotate towards the third. Another Banshee here towards the natural. It is going to be a try-to attack by Bjorn. Oh, picks up a queen. Yeah, queen goes down. The drones are getting roasted. 9 drone kills. Oh my god. Almost 10. Barely getting 10 towards the end. 11. 11. 12 drones go down, and this time it's going to be the fast lair, not for Ultra, but for Aspire, for Mutas. Okay, so it's going to be Lingbane Muta out of Dark. Bold move. I'm a little bit concerned because Bjorn has been very aggressive behind this. He throws down extra Raxes. He's now going to be expanding. That is true. It's not a 2-base all-in, but still fast stim. Fast stim, heavy bio production. I wouldn't be surprised actually if Bjorn goes for a 3-base all-in for an 8 Rax. He's almost there. He's on 5. He's on 5 Raxes so far. He's already moving out. Did Bjorn scout the Spire? He did not. Not spot the Spire. But he did get eyes on the fast lair. He's already pushing. Headed towards that southern expansion. Mailing speed is halfway done. Not even. And Dark, can he save the expansion? Can he save the base? Oh, no shot. The answer to that is no. As the 4th base is cancelled. Bjorn from here, he rotates. Does have to be careful with his stims. Takes out most of the tumors. Darker supply blocks. Oh, now it's not the time. That is a brutal supply block. 1 Muta popped out. Only 1. Because the supply block, 7 more Mutas on the way. And Bjorn is pushing in. He does smell blood in the water. Dark going for a counterattack, trying to force the army back or pick off reinforcements. They're going for the 3rd. Bjorn catching a queen. Stimming on in. And there's just not enough Ling Pain. Just a handful of Banelings. Marines have arrived. Reinforcements back at home. Barely any SCV kills. Dark coming from behind. He gets 1 tank. 1 tank goes down. There's still another tank behind this. Queens are falling left and right. Mutas, they can't engage. They have to try though. And Dark is running a massive Baneling connection. But there's still so many more Marines behind this. And he's rattling across the map. Bjorn, he's so close. He's so close to breaking Dark. And he's done it. He has done it. GG gets called. Bjorn, he overwhelms. And Bjorn will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A very aggressive ace match here from Bjorn, going for the 1-1-1 Hellbat push into a very strong 5 rack stim timing, and Dark was being greedy. He was being greedy. We mentioned it at the time. Dark, he once again, just like the previous game, rushed into a fast lair. This time it wasn't for Ultras, this time it was for Mutas instead. And as you can imagine, Mutas, they don't do very well defensively as a unit. They do amazing harassing across the map and picking off SCVs and picking off drops and keeping the Terran army busy, but defensively, they are lackluster. On top of that, we saw a brutal supply block as well. Things were just going from bad to worse for Dark, and Bjorn snowballed out of control. GG, congratulations. Congratulations, Bjorn will advance on to the grand finals, and we have a TBT getting ready for us. It's going to be a Terran versus Terran, best of 5 between Kior and Bjorn. Oh boy. It is going to be that best of 5. And I'll be honest, I can't recall the last TVT finals we had in the KSL. It's a bit of a rarity. It's a rarity because we very rarely get Terran participants in general. Bjorn and Cure, they're not really too active when it comes to the KSL. They have admitted it themselves that it's because it's quite early in the morning. I say early, it's like midday in Korea, which is early enough. A lot of the Terran players, they do wake up a little bit later in the day, so that is why they don't often play in KSL. But this week we had Kira and Bjorn. And the TVT is soon to be upon us. Just need a moment to set things up. And to get things going. Meanwhile, my condolences to Dark. Again, Game 1 was wild to have a game on Dynasty, and again, it was a very intense game regardless. Game 2 was a bit of a treat to see Dark being a little bit old school and rushing into Ultras. Again, I look forward to seeing Dark embrace that in the new patch as well, when the Ultra is a little bit different, especially being able to push units aside and break through the line of Ling Bane is going to make it that much more effective as well. So I do look forward to that eventually, once we get into the new patch. For now, though, here we go. We have that best of 5. We have that TVT. Here we go. Game 1 is going to be on Post Youth. Oh, seeing it for the second time. Second time today. Let's go. Alright, loading in, and welcome everyone, welcome to the grand finals of this week's Korean StarCraft League, week number 62. Again, this is a bi-weekly tournament, and we have a treat. We have a TVT. Very rare sight in this tournament series, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have the red Terran player from South Korea representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. And again, we have seen these two face off many times in the past. They do have quite an interesting dynamic as well. Bjorn, as you can imagine, is very biocentric in TVT. Typically, is very bio-heavy and does often skip out on Viking production. He foregoes air control in favor of a more drop-heavy style. Meanwhile, Cure is a little more standard in his approach. Neither player really embraces mech too often, thankfully. More often bio-tank instead. As Curie does scout for a proxy Rax, making sure there's nothing too crazy going on here at the third, before moving out with his own scout. I don't blame him. That's another thing to bear in mind, is that neither player are really afraid to proxy at any point in the series. Both Cure and Bjorn are willing to embrace it. Are willing. As Curie does dip into the main, does confirm the single gas opener, which means Rax expand, economic opener here out of Bjorn, Cure doing the same. So both players going for a faster CC, going for an economic start. I mean, on Post Youth it makes sense. Do you have an in-base natural? Behind this, Bjorn going for his factory follow-up. To do so, Bjorn did skip out on the second Reaper. Meanwhile, Cure, he does make a second Reaper himself, going for a more delayed factory. Just a slight variation. Oh, as Cure dips in. Does dip into the main. It is going to be forced out. He shouldn't lose the Reaper. We'll be able to get out in the end. Cure does pull away. And we can embrace our TVT. Bjorn going for a 1-1-1 setup. Cure shouldn't be too far behind him. Oh, never mind. Cure rushing to a third CC before Starport. Very greedy here by Cure. Especially in the TVT. I mean, we have seen this a little bit more often amongst the Korean Terran players to like rush into a third base very quickly in Terran versus Terran, but it's a very risky thing to do, and we'll see if we can get away with it. We'll see if Kira can get away. As Byun is going to be the aggressor, Starport is done, Medevac's on the way. Oh, actually, letting the Medevac a little bit further here. Going for the faster tank. And Byun will soon push. And the question becomes, with this move out from Byun, can he punish the greed of Kure? Can he punish? If so, then, I mean, Byun can snowball into a win. If not, it's going to be Kure with a massive lead. So we go, Byun is moving out already. He actually hasn't seen anything across the map, but Byun has no idea what he's pushing into. Doesn't know how greedy or how aggressive his opponent is. We'll see what Byun can get done. Back at home, Kira going for a Viking first. Getting to his first tank. There is a Widowmine. Oh! Widowmine is avoided. Byun within range of at least a deeper. The wide shot! Oh my god. Goes off, takes out a Marine. And likewise, Kira so far, he is holding on. Will is a depot. Oh, not even. Kira, he holds. Does hold on, saves the depot. So far, gets away with a third TC. Byun still reinforcing with another tank, with another Liberator. Getting his own TC on location. I mean, this is another way that Byun can recover here, is to contain Kira on two bases for as long as possible, and get away with that third. We'll see if he can. Kira going for a Reaper counterattack. Will delay the third CC. Massive move here by Kure. Delays the third base. Meanwhile, Byun gets a tank. Ooh, and the depot. Supply blocking Kure. Brutal supply block. Vikings, they do gain map control, or sorry, air control. They shut down the medevac. Even getting a tank as well. Bit of miscontrol there by Byun. And he does back off. Byun retreats. He gets 4 SCV kills. That is some damage. But his CC is still delayed. As a result, despite some of the pickoffs, I mean, Byun, he lost one of his own tanks as well. He's still getting his CC up and running. Kure is making 3 ACVs at a time. He has mules. And Kure should soon expand. So Kure, he should be able to embrace a better economy shortly. Byun's advantage is going to be his upgrades. He's already got 1-1 on the way. Double evades still just now finishing off for Kure. So there's going to be a window where Byun has an upgrade lead. Not the largest window, though. But a window nonetheless. Kure breaking out, finally taking his third. So is Byun, getting saturated. The economies are neck and neck. Drop slips in. Let's get into the mineral line. There's no stim. These are vanilla marines. They're not getting much done. But the main army pushes. Oh my god. Jesus. I didn't realize how much Vikings Kure had. I mean, I mentioned before that Byun often skips Vikings when he goes for the double drop into the main. Kure out of position. Oh my god. Completely out of position. Upgrades are denied. Kure, he races back home. Ay, ay, ay. Byun, he denies +1. Gets behind the mineral line. Takes the better trade. Is going to be stuck in the main, though. There's no way out of this. Still takes down a lot of Marines. 8 SCVs as well. Not a bad trade for Byun. I'm sure he was hoping for a little bit more, but he does at least force back the main army. What is terrifying, though, is the tank count. Kira, he has a tank lead, he has a Viking lead as well. I do favor Kira in a head-on fight. But Beyond with more heavy marine composition, he can try to outposition and try to counterattack. It's going to be the goal for Beyond. Need to rotate around. Without Medivacs though, Beyond can't really find a way in. Oh. Does face check. Runs into the tanks. Gonna step back off, getting a 4 CC. Likewise, Vikings are in position. Turrets, 4 CC on the way for Cure. And the game may just slow down from here. Just slow down. Beyond still has that upgrade lead. Now it's even greater than before because of the snipe earlier. The economies are still comparable at least. Kira even throwing down 2 more starports already. Getting ready to fight for that air. Likewise, Beyond moving out, going for the 4th. Sims in, gets a Viking, gets a tank as well. Not bad. Well, not just one, he keeps going. Gets another tank. Oof. Leads out Marines. Doesn't lose any tanks of his own. So in a way, a more efficient trade here by Beyond. 2 more starports, getting to Matt's Viking. Going for a Dream Drop towards the main. Does boost in! Ooh, but there are Vikings in position and Kira does deny it. Kira's keeping up. Stimming on forward. Does get a tank, trading 1 for 2. Not the best trade for Kira. Leads out a little Vikings as well. Had like a Viking lead, he still does. But only by 1. 3-3 on the way for Beyond. 2-2 still on the way for Cure. Plus 2 armor just now starting. And again, Beyond just has to maintain this position. He's just fighting for control of the 4th base. Gets a lib. Cure finally does break out. Does catch all those tanks. But trades out Vikings for that as well. And throughout all this, Beyond, he's building up his Viking count. At least trying to. And making 4 Vikings at a time. Working towards Raven production. He's got tech labs already set up here on the starports. As Cure has finally established his 4th. He's walling up. Sensor towers, liberators, tanks, more CCs. Cure, he's trying to slow the game down. I mean, for the most part, he's succeeding. And this heavy marine style, it's not easy to break a turtling Terran. Which is why Beyond is now incorporating Raven. Going into his Ravens. Now, it is difficult to make Ravens work if you don't have air control. The Viking count is actually in favor of Beyond. But more Vikings on the way for Cure. Beyond rotating around, gets a tank, gets 2 tanks even, gets 3, oh my god, where are the Marines? Yeah, Cure, he's late to respond. Beyond, he outpositions, Cure instead of going for a drop across the map, he's being cleaned up. That's going to be 15, 16, 17 SCV kills, oh my god. 17 SCVs, doesn't get the CC. But that was still good damage, Beyond takes the supply lead. He thinks about diving in, thinks about it. Pushing forward with the Vikings. push forward. Likewise, looking at the Viking count here, actually neck and neck for 9 versus 9. Sable's popping up. Bjorn gaining ground. Does catch a Viking. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. 3 Vikings get picked up. Marines are stepping forward. Cure able to take down most of the Vikings. Yeah, Bjorn having an awkward fight, pushing into a tank line. That was not the fight that Bjorn wanted. Yeah, he has to back off. Bjorn forced a retreat. But that entire time he was denying mining. He was denying expanding or the base here at the 3rd. And Bjorn has a supply lead. Cure isn't out of this, but he has to buy time. He has to buy time to recover, to rebuild, to remax. And the problem is, though, that Bjorn, he's getting into more more Raven production. Making 3 Ravens at a time. Which means, despite the siege line, Bjorn can push in. He can disable all the tanks. 5 Ravens so far. He's about to have 8 Ravens. Jesus. That's a lot of Raven. This is also one of the key gripes that Terran players have about the new patch. Is they were hoping that in the new patch something would be done about the Raven specifically for TVT. Just because Raven versus Raven is the meta in late game TVT. It's something that Cure has not been able to get into because Cure was behind. I mean, because Cure, his economy has been stifled. He's trying to build back up, going into Liberated production instead. Here come the Ravens. They disable 3 of the tanks so far. Get an anti-armor missile. The tanks getting within range. Even within range of the CC. Barely not. Barely. CC under fire. The Liberators were cleaned up. Yeah, beyond his air control, he's got 12 Vikings similar to the 3 of Cure. The Liberators, that would have been good if Cure had the Viking lead, but it's not something that Cure's had for a long time. As Cure, he does break out. Vikings going to be engaging, auto turrets as well. Disables on the tanks, on the raid, on a bit of everything. Why not? Another Viking. Liberators doing what they can. Meanwhile, Bjorn just double expanding. He's got his goal base up and running. He's getting top left as well. More CCs, all the command centers. Again, because of the map control that Bjorn has had, Cure has just been contained. He's just been contained the entire time. Finally going to be expanding, taking a 5th. Cure, he needs it. As he's being starved out. A massive anti-armor missile. Connections with everything. And GG gets scored. It's just too much to handle, and Bjorn will take game number 1. GG. Get a very intense game 1. Bjorn initially going for a more marine, a more bio-heavy style, but then so quick to transition into mass starport, into mass Raven, initially with Vikings as well. And just really containing and starving Cure out. Cure, he had to fight so hard to even take his 3rd base, and eventually his 4th. Wasn't quite able to do so. Bjorn all over him. Was all over him, and now we're getting into game number 2. As a reminder, winding it back, remember, Cure, he went for a very greedy start. He went for a 3rd CC before starport. Very fast 3rd base, but Bjorn, he was just so aggressive, so assertive. This entire game, essentially, did pay off. And now we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player leading the series 1-0. It is Bjorn for Shopify. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. Again, a very intense game. Again, because of the aggression of Bjorn, he was able to take the economic lead, get his own third, his own fourth, fifth, and eventually sixth expansion. He can afford those trades, and we saw it in Game 1. Cure, he was scouting for a proxy, didn't find one. Here in Game 2, Bjorn, he commits not just one proxy Rax, a second proxy as well. As the second SCV has arrived, so 2 Rax Reaper here by Bjorn. And Cure. Oh. Is Cure going Rax Expand? If so, Cure is going to be in some trouble. Yeah, he's sticking with 1 gas geyser. It looks like Cure is going for an economic opener. Does move out with the SCV, and he will scout the third base location. The triangular third. He does not scout, or sorry, the linear third. He does not scout the triangular third. Doesn't check. Moving out with the SCV scout. He doesn't know what's going on. And Cure is not taking a second gas. What does that mean? No factory. That means command center. That means that Cure has the bare minimum to defend. Now he can still hold, definitely. He can still pull the boy. He's gonna have to. He's gonna have to pull the boys to buffer for his Reaper to buy time. But this is more ideal for Bjorn. It is gonna be more ideal. As Cure dips in, Cure confirms. He confirms the Rax is missing. Something is wrong. He cancels. Yeah, he instantly cancels the CC. Pulls back into the main. And the Reapers are amassing. So already a strong reaction from Cure. We'll move out. He does confirm the proxy. Cure is aware. And he does continue Reaper production. Boys are being pulled. Reaper comes in from behind. He wants it. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Bjorn has to pull back. Cure, he's holding. But the downside here is his build. Remember, he had to cancel the CC, which means the factory is delayed. CC is delayed as well. And this is not an all-in, is the problem. It's only 2 Rax Reaper. Bjorn is transitioning back at home. Factory's on the way. Bjorn can expand from here. As he does take it from behind. KDA charge is going up. Reapers able to escape. And Bjorn, he will retreat from here. CC going to be on location for Bjorn. He does stop Reaper production. He's getting up to 5 Reapers. And we'll see who's able to saturate their natural base first. Bearing in mind as well that Cure, he still has all these workers pulled with the main army. These are just extra workers that are not mining. Bjorn floating in. Oh. Getting a couple of shots off. Commits up the ramp. He gets 1 SCV, gets 2. 2 SCVs go down. Delays the starport. Lands the Rax to tank some shots. Oh. Doesn't quite get the Marine. Yeah, being forced out. But again, these are still nice trades here from Bjorn. Back at home, getting into reactor cyclone production. Rax floats away. And Bjorn still ensures that there is no base. There is no landing command center. Bjorn already saturating. And with that, the economy is still quite neck and neck. Cure at least has mules. Or an extra mule. Oh. As Bjorn tries to trade, he does get the heli and does take down a couple of Marines. And that means that Cure has that much less pushing power. Bjorn backs up. Again, building up more cyclones. Eventually, Cure will counterattack, but Bjorn will have plenty of cyclones to defend. Actually going for his own drop. No fear. Bjorn boosts across the map. Cure likewise moving out as well. He lost how many? 2 Marines, a Hellion, and a Reaper. Oh, another Marine goes down. Nice control here by Bjorn. And as Cure pushes, Bjorn, he's boosting it. He's boosting into the main base. Cure had a position, does have a couple of Marines to defend. Tank does pop out in time. Ooh, just in time. Cure holds. Not without losing another SCV. The Cure does hold. Beyond rushing to a third. Third CC's on the way. Looking to take an economic lead. Ooh, as Beyond dives in, but he will lose the Medivac and both Cyclones. Oh, the juggling! Cure, calm down. Nice cleanup out of Cure. Gets both Cyclones. The Liberator does hit the natural. Reaper towards the main. Beyond doesn't get much done, though. He gets one Marine. The Reapers get more. They delayed the CC. 3 ACV kills. Not bad. Up to 4, up to 5. 5, almost 6 SCVs go down. Bearing in mind that Reapers do not scale well into a longer game. They don't often gain much value, so to get 5 SCVs is actually insane. So very efficient trades here by Beyond. And as a result, Beyond takes an economic lead. His third CC is almost done at this point. But now Cure has gained map control. Finally, cleans up all the aggression, he breaks out, he can push. And the onus, the pressure is on Cure to deny the third. To delay the third base for as long as possible. Because Cure is behind in his third base timing. There we go, already floating over. Drop into the main. Beyond is ready for this. Yeah, he's in position. A couple of boys are being pulled. Beyond, he will clean this up. Barely saves all the Cyclones. Main army pushes in. But there's a second tank. Unsiege as well. Beyond, he does deflect. He holds. And now Beyond can expand. So the economies are quite close. Initially, if you remember, Beyond had a 5-worker lead, but now Cure takes his third base a little faster. So he has caught up. And we're neck and neck. We can embrace the mid game. Now, just like the previous game, Beyond will have faster 1-1. Double E bases, they finished a long time ago, and they're halfway done at this point. The upgrades, I mean. Meanwhile, the upgrades just now beginning for Cure. So once again, Beyond will have an upgrade advantage over Cure. Eventually. Army is spotted. Cure getting in position. The tanks, I believe they're barely within range of the mineral line. Beyond actually trying to get behind the mineral line. Tank fully going up. Double jump towards the natural. Cure out of position. Oh, he's not ready. He's not ready for this. Likewise, Raven gets picked off. Massive pick off there by Beyond. 7 SCVs and Cure is being pulled apart. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, he's stuck at his third base. He's going for a counterattack. Oh my god. He's sending it back. 9 SCV kills. Third base under fire. Curie just sends everything across the map. He does get the mineral line. Yeah, massive pickup. 11 SCVs going for the CC as well. Command center should go down. For both players. both players lose their thirds. Ay, ay, ay. Third bases go down. Cure, does he commit? Does he come back home? Did Cure lose both Ravens? Oof. He did. Both Ravens went down. Beyond is sneaking up on the tanks. Massive pickoffs. Ay, ay, ay. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 tanks. And Cure not paying attention. Cure, he was distracted. And GG gets called. It's just too much. And Beyond will take a 2-0 lead. GG, a very chaotic game. I mean, both players were taking a lot of hits, a lot of blows. But Beyond did trade that much better towards the end, especially getting 3 tanks for free was brutal. And catching both Ravens as well. both Ravens with the Vikings. And with that, Bjorn takes a 2-0 lead. Does take a 2-0 lead, and now we are jumping into Game 3 on Golden Aura. And the pressure is on Cure to fight back here and now to make a series out of this, to force a Game 4, a Game 5, an ace match. It's on Cure. Is on Cure, and here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify, one game away from becoming this week's KSL champion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the other South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. Down in this series, he has to fight back here and now to extend the series and force a Game 4, maybe even a Game 5. It is Cure. Yo, is it Cure's time to proxy? Not quite. I mean, maybe. So Cure's got 1 Rax back at home, and I'm curious if he's going for a proxy Rax across the map. As the SV is looking quite suspicious, and yeah, we're in position. Looks like 2 Rax Reaper, but not the most committed proxy here. Alternatively, this could actually be proxy Marauder. True. If he makes a Marine back at home and a Tech Lab across the map, then Curie could just commit. We shall see. Proxy Marauder, not just something you see against Protoss, but it definitely can work against Terran as well. Okay, it's gonna be Reaper. Okay, never mind. It's gonna be Proxy Reaper, and should be Proxy 2 Rax Reaper here by Cure. Meanwhile, Bjorn back at home going for an economic opener. It just racks into expand CC on the low ground, and we'll see if Cure can punish this, as he's gonna be amassing Reapers. Now again, this isn't gonna hit as hard as Bjorn's opener did last game. Isn't going to hit as hard, but I mean, can still pick off a couple of SCVs and can still try and delay some of the economy of Bjorn. First Reaper's moving out. You can see Bjorn is scouting for proxies. Checks the northern side. Doesn't go further than that. Here, he rocks up with those 2 Reapers. Does have a natural. Ooh. Takes a couple of hits. Will delay the CC. So far, so good. Does delay. Extra Marines have arrived. Oh! And Cure, he wants that SCV. He wants it. Nope. Another SCV has come down. And so far, Bjorn, he is holding on. 3rd Reaper has arrived. Cure diving in. Does go for the dive. Trades 1 for 1. Another best trade for Cure. Gets an SCV. And the CC has completed. From here, Bjorn can back off. The command center should not go down. And Bjorn, he has a pretty healthy worker lead, or a pretty healthy economic lead here. As Cure CC is just now on the way. Still rallying more Reapers. Now with the arrival of the Cyclone, though, Bjorn should be secure. More Reapers are amassing. Second Cyclone's in production. Hellion arrives as well. I mean, this is a big commitment from Cure. He needs more. Up. Dives in. Doesn't quite get the Cyclone. Nice kiting here by Bjorn. Yeah, a couple of voids are being pulled to repair. The Cyclone, it looks like it will barely go down, but the second Cyclone arrives just in time. Bjorn holds. Bjorn holds. Bjorn has a 2-worker lead. It's up 2 workers, plus mules. Curious CC is still on the way. He needed more damage. Oh. Did need to get more done. Behind this, getting into his 1-1-1. So is Bjorn. We'll see what Q can do. Now with a double Cyclone drop, still has those Reapers, at least a handful of them alive. Is pushing towards the natural. Bjorn likewise getting ready for his own drop, but he does actually stay back at home. I think Bjorn is aware that he's in a good position, so he doesn't move out. Kira goes for the mineral line. Gets an SCV. He gets one. Boys are being pulled. Cyclones that dive in. The juggling. Oh, he gets a medevac. Medevac goes down. And Bjorn holds. It does cost him 6 SCVs though, and a Cyclone. Wasn't a free trade. But Bjorn cleans up the army. Chases Kira down. Despite losing 6 workers, Bjorn is still up a worker, up 2 SCVs. Still up in the economy. Third CC is finishing up. And Bjorn drops. Bjorn is moving out with his drop. Kira getting his own third CC on location. Meanwhile, Kira, he has his tank ready at the natural. His main base, nothing quite in position. Tank is on the way. And Bjorn is getting SCVs. These are workers that Kira can't afford to lose. He can't afford it. 6 SCV kills. Bjorn pulls away. Dropping into the natural. Oof. There is a tank in position though. Likewise, Liberator across the map does delay some mining. Kira's not out of it yet. He's still in there. His third base almost done. Liberator gets another 2 SCVs here at the natural. 3 SCVs even. Does get another 3 workers. His third base is getting up. And Kira, he can recover. Still down in workers, but it's not over from here. Oh my god, she's just going for a double drop. Kira's moving out, very committed. And Kira's moving out with his 2 tanks. It's crazy. Medevac gets cleaned up. Bjorn getting his third on location. Oh, but this is so risky here by Kior. Again, he's got most of his army in these 2 medevacs. He's boosting in. Boosting into the main. Bjorn is in position. Stim is done. A-Stim's in. He's going for the tanks, and he will get both. 1, 2 tanks go down. Massive disable as well. This was not worth of a cure. Ay, ay, ay. 2 tanks, they go down for free. They get 5 SCVs. Not like this. Reinforcements, though, they hit the third. Oof. Tank in position. Bjorn does respond. Mining at the third base is delayed. And again, Kira did get some economic damage, but he lost 2 tanks for it, and 2 medevacs. So Kira has to back up. I guess he lost only 1 medevac. Never mind. The other did survive. At least a little bit longer before going down. The caster curse. The poor medevac. Not like this. Spin is going for his own drop. Does boost in. Barely does avoid the Marines. Boosting into the main. Going for the add-ons. Does get a reactor. And he can now trade the player. He's got the upgrade lead. Taking down a second reactor as well. And a depot. Nothing major, but value nonetheless. Bjorn getting the hell out of there. Pulls away supply blocking cure. Same time, Kira pushing in towards the third base. Still supply block, by the way. Does take temporary towers. Does break out of the supply block. And finally, Beyond can move out with his main army. This entire time, it's been mainly drop play and harassment. Beyond is pushing. He's got how many Ravens? 2 Ravens so far. Disable is researched. He can interference matrix. And Cure's in trouble. Does have a decent tank line, but that's what the Ravens are for. And here come the disables. Does catch 3 of those tanks. The rest of the tanks are on siege. And Beyond, he stims in. He stims. Takes down 2 tanks. GG gets called. It's just too much. Once again, Beyond, he overwhelms. And Beyond will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's KSL champion. GG. Beyond, calm down. GG, well played. A very, very intense best of 5 here. Beyond does take it 3-0. I mean, Cure, he was able to hold his own at times in some of these games, but Beyond, he was just so active. He was so aggressive as well. We saw that Cure, he tried to turn the tables this game. If you remember, it was a 2 Rax Reaper build out of Cure, but with only 1 Rax proxied, and he did not do enough damage. He was able to get some SCV kills, but not enough. Cyclones did shut him down, and we saw that for the most part, Beyond did have a nice, comfortable economic lead here throughout this game. That's why Cure felt so pressured to get some counter damage. And we saw, you know, some bold moves out of Cure, going for the double drop into the main base, losing too much in the process. His tanks, his bio, his medevacs, just too much too quickly. And yeah, with that, Beyond takes it. Beyond does take it. Congratulations, Beyond will be this week's champion. And it's been a while. I want to say it's been a while since Beyond has taken a KSL. It's usually dominated by Hero and Dark, but during the off-season of EPT, Hero did take some time off. Likewise, Dark hasn't been as active as he used to be either. Also taking some time off as well. And Beyond is our champion. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Beyond. Sorry, just trying to catch up on the bracket here. As we switch our scenes over. Catch up on the KSL. There it is. We had Zaun initially popping off. If you weren't here for it, I do recommend the VODs. But Zaun, he popped off. He took down Nightmare and Hero. Massive wins there for Zaun in the PvP matchup. He did struggle, though, in the PvT. That is where Cure did thrive. Cure, he didn't just take down Zaun, he took down Classic. Again, for a very long time, for many years, Cure, he was known for having the best TVP in the world for many years. Of course, nowadays, I feel like Clem has that mantle, but before Clem, it was Cure, and still showcasing that as well in this tournament, in this bracket, by bringing down both Classic and Zaun. Meanwhile, Beyond, he rose up through the low half of the bracket. He had a very intense series against both Trap and Dark. Both those series went all the way to the ace match. In the end, Beyond did take it, and he had a much more dominant showing against Cure in the finals in the TVT. Much more dominant showing by Beyond in the finals. But again, the semis and the quarterfinals were a lot more shaky. There's a world out there where maybe Trap or Dark advance on instead into the finals. But this week, it was Beyond. This week it was Beyond, again, able to showcase all 3 races, or all 3 matchups against Protoss, Zerg, and Terran. It's a bit of a shame we weren't able to catch Dark versus Creator. I would have loved to have seen that. Again, Creator, he was on vacation. Creator, I'm pretty sure he went to France for like a week or 2. Did take some time off. Did it recently come back. And yeah, Creator, he was able to also take down Lunacy in the initial round of 16. But went down to Dark in the end. And with that, GG. GG, well played. That is this week's KSL in the books. As a reminder, this is a bi-weekly tournament every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, we do have a KSL. Usually, it's on Saturdays, and I usually cast it live on Saturdays, but we were otherwise preoccupied. I say that. I passed out. I did pass. It was 2 hours until go time, until KSL would begin, and I made the mistake of lying down. I was like, you know what? I can like nap for an hour. It'll be okay. It was not okay. So did sleep in. So we caught up here instead a couple of days later with the KSL, and we'll see how we approach this next time. We'll see if we go for a replay cast or just go for the live cast for the next KSL. Speaking of the next broadcast, how much time do we have? 7 hours. In 7 hours time, we're going to be live here once again with the Wardy TV Monday. That is your weekly open cup that's also kind of geared towards the Korean and the European region. It is a lot later. It's actually quite late. but is a little bit more catered towards the European region to see them face off against the Koreans. See them face off against each other. And again, that is going to be in 7 hours. Right? Am I not mistaken? Yeah, in 7 hours time, which means I'm going to get some rest. I'm going to try and nap for like 4 or so hours. I'll probably try and get some rest before the next cast. So that is the plan here. And again, we'll be live with the Wardy TV Monday. Likewise, we're going to be live tomorrow as well. I mean, every day. Every day we have some StarCraft. We have the Wardy TV Monday, leading into the Pigosaur Cup, leading into Alima League tomorrow as well. Oh my god. Back-to-back broadcasts. And Code for Giants Cup on Wednesday as well. So plenty of StarCraft on the horizon. Plenty of StarCraft in the next couple of days. Or the Open Cups. I believe the Wardy TV Monday is going to be on the current patch. It's not going to be on the PTR. Bear that in mind. So no PTR for the Wardy TV Monday, but there should be the next Pigosaur Cup should be on the PTR. That'll be tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow in just under 24 hours. I believe around 19 hours time. So in around 19 hours, we do have the Pigosaur Monday instead. Likewise, we also have the return of the Alima League tomorrow. Alima League is coming back. Let's go, and we will be the official English casters. As a heads up, Alima League is not going to be on Twitch. Alima League is sponsored by Chiswick, which is a Korean streaming platform. Basically, because Koreans can no longer stream on Twitch, they actually have to use VPNs to stream on Twitch, and no one from Korea can actually subscribe either. So there's a lot of limitations on the Korean scene at the moment, and they've been exodused from Twitch basically. Because of that, there are some new streaming platforms popping up to help facilitate for that. So there's two. There's Soup, which used to be Africa TV. So Soup is now a little bit more prevalent, and Chiswick as well, which is the Naver platform, launching their own streaming platform as well. So there's like two major competitors in Korea now, now that Twitch is gone, and because of that, Alima League is going to be streamed on Chiswick. We have already made our channel. We've already test streamed as well to make sure everything's okay. As a bit of a heads up though, I believe Europe has some rough routing to Chiswick, so watching streams on that platform can be a little bit laggy just because of the routing to the European region. So just as a heads up, that may also be the case for the North American region as well. Watching from Australia, I was just testing it out. Everything looked fine. Everything looks fine from Australia and Southeast Asia. But if you're in a different part of the world, then it could be a little bit more difficult. What I will say, though, is that VODs are going to be available on YouTube. VODs will be uploaded to YouTube, so if you can't watch live, or if you can't watch the Korean platform live just because of some latency issues, then you can at least tune into the VODs on YouTube instead. There you go. There you go. Just catching up. Next Turtle Cup is PTR or live server. PTR, papi, PTR. I think Alima League is back. It is back. I mean, we're casting it, of course. Wait, we are going to be casting it. Just catching up. Oh my god, Este Hyper One replay cast. I'll cast it next time, papi. I'll cast it next time. Again, I need to get some sleep before the Wardy Cup. Like I don't have time to cast replays. I apologize. I'll get around to it, Hyper One. I'll get around to it. 7 hours for live VIP ladder stream. You're an animal. You're an animal. No shot. No shot. One of those days. One of those days. Chiswick gonna be fluid, otherwise not my cup of tea. No slowdowns, please. Smurge. Should use a VPN. We have tested it. I believe Kuro was testing using a VPN to watch Chiswick, and it didn't really work too well. So yeah, it's not ideal. Not ideal. Wikipedia said live server though, maybe some mistake. Oh yeah, we'll fix it. I mean, it depends. Basically, we're looking into, I believe there is a mod, right? I believe there is a PTR mod on the Korean server, but it hasn't been ported yet to the Americas or to Europe properly. So if it gets ported in time, then we can play on the live server using the PTR mod for the Tenacious Total Tussle. If not, PTR. So we'll keep you updated. Keep you updated on that. Oh, yeah, Chiswick. Yeah. Chiswick. Not Chilsung Cider. No. Yeah. Like the old TVs. Yeah, it's meant to sound like static. It's meant to it's the verbalization of the sound effect of static, right? Also Hyper One, am I saying it correctly? Lunacy as well. Is it Chiswick or is it like Chijik, or am I saying it properly? I don't I don't know, Pappy. I don't know. Is it close enough? First one was the correct. Okay. There you go. Okay. I'll stick with it. But yeah, with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Hope you all enjoyed the KSL this week. Again, in 2 weeks' time is going to be the next KSL. If you want to support the Korean scene, then you can do so with !KSL in the chat, and you will get a link to the Patreon for the Korean StarCraft League, where you can help support and fund the tournament. You can gain replay packs and other benefits as well via Patreon if you wish. I gotta be level with you. I don't think you make it sound good in English. So I don't know if there is a right answer. Oh no. Well, how does it sound in Korean? How does it sound? Fun fact, the other day I was actually trying to Google it. I was trying to like YouTube like how to pronounce like Chiswick in Korean, and I couldn't find it. How do you do it? I need to be ready for the cast. I need to be able to pronounce the sponsor name. I can send a voice clip on Discord, I guess. Yeah. Chizizik. Oh, so it's not Chizik. Okay. Chizizik. Oh god, I gotcha. Send me the voice clip. Oh no. Help me. Teach me, Pappy. Okay. So passionate. Oh no. Alright, well with that, I'll look into it. Well with that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. Again, our next broadcast is going to be in 7 hours. 7 hours time is going to be our next cast here on the channel. Until then, I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'm gonna go get some rest. I'll probably edit the VODs and get things ready first, and then get some sleep. And I'll see you guys over in the Wardy TV Monday. Otherwise, thank you for watching. If you want, you can help support us. You can help follow us on all the social medias. !socials in the chat. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. Also, we do stream on YouTube at the same time, and VODs are available on YouTube right after, or currently as well. VODs are on YouTube if you want to tune in to things that you have missed, to events that you may not have seen live. We got you covered. We got you covered with those VODs. Otherwise, thank you so much. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Yo, Haas? Wait, what? Haas is streaming right now? No shot. Oh my god, he's live. It's been years. Oh god, the Haasian Republic, rise up, Pappy. Let's go. So Haas is streaming. Who else is streaming at the moment? Who else is live? Nero is live. Practice X. Do we see anyone else? You know what? I'll give some love to Haas. It's been a long time. Pappy. Been a long time. So with that, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys later on tonight or tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, Pappy. Ciao. Hasta luego.